I don't go into the woods anymore. That's the first thing you need to know. People see a man my age, living in a town surrounded by the Blackwood National Forest, and they assume I've spent my life hiking the ridges or fishing the creeks. I did once, but that was before I understood that the geography of this world isn't as fixed as the maps in the ranger station suggest. There are places that don't exist during the day, places that wait for the sun to drop below the tree line before they manifest, like a fever dream that only takes hold once your eyes are closed. I'm 42 now. At the time of this story, I was 24. I was working a dead-end job at a local mill, and my only real escape was my 1998 Jeep Cherokee and a map of old logging roads. I considered myself an expert on the local terrain. I knew which trails turned to impassable sludge after a heavy rain, and which ones led to the high ridges where you could see clear across the county. I wasn't some city kid looking for a thrill. I was a local who thought he knew every inch of his backyard. That arrogance, that belief that I was the master of my surroundings, is exactly what almost got me killed. Or worse, changed me into whatever it is that comes back from the bridge. It was a Tuesday in late October. The air had that sharp, metallic bite that signals the coming of winter, and the sun was setting early, casting long, skeletal shadows across the forest floor. I had decided to take a drive out toward the Oakhaven Cutoff, a remote area that had been closed to commercial logging for decades. I was looking for a specific spot my grandfather had mentioned once, a clearing with a view of the valley that he claimed was the most peaceful place on earth. I had my gear in the back, a heavy wool blanket, a flashlight that weighed 3 pounds, and a thermos of black coffee. I was about 10 miles deep into the forest, navigating a trail that was barely more than 2 ruts in the dirt, when I realized I'd miscalculated the timing. The light wasn't just fading, it was being swallowed. In the woods, dusk isn't a gradual transition, it's a predatory thing. One minute the trees are gold and red, and the next, they're black silhouettes reaching for a bruised purple sky. I should have turned around then. My gut gave a small, sharp tug, a primitive warning that I was pushing my luck with the daylight. But I was stubborn. I figured I'd reach the clearing, stay for 20 minutes, and then use my high beams to find my way back. That was my first mistake. The trail narrowed until branches were scraping against the sides of the Jeep like fingernails on a chalkboard. I crossed a small, seasonal stream that was mostly dry rocks, and as I climbed the bank on the other side, the atmosphere shifted. It's hard to describe if you haven't felt it. It's like the air suddenly gains weight. The ambient noise of the forest, the crickets, the rustle of the wind, the distant hoot of an owl just stopped. Total, suffocating silence. It was so abrupt that I actually slowed the Jeep to a crawl, wondering if I'd suddenly gone deaf in one ear. I rolled down the window, and that's when I saw it. About 50 yards ahead, the trail ended at the edge of a deep, jagged ravine. I knew this area of the map. There wasn't supposed to be a crossing here. The nearest bridge was 5 miles to the west, a concrete structure built in the 70s. But there, spanning the darkness of the gorge, was a bridge. It was made of dark, heavy timber, the wood looking almost charred. It didn't have any modern railings or reflectors. It looked ancient, yet perfectly preserved, as if it had been built 100 years ago and then frozen in time. But here was the thing that made the hair on my arm stand up. The bridge was glowing, not like a lamp or a neon sign, but a faint, bioluminescent shimmer, like foxfire on a rotting log. It pulsed with a slow, rhythmic light that seemed to match the thumping of my own heart. I stopped the Jeep. I sat there for a long time, the engine idling, the headlights cutting through the gloom but failing to reach the other side of the structure. I told myself it was a new forestry project. I told myself I'd simply gotten lost and ended up on a different trail. I told myself a dozen lies in the span of 30 seconds because the alternative, that a massive wooden bridge had appeared where there was only empty air an hour ago, was impossible. I checked my watch. 6:14 p.m. The sun was gone, and as I watched, a thick, Unnatural fog began to roll off the timber planks of the bridge, spilling into the ravine like dry ice. I should have shifted into reverse. I should have backed up until I hit the main road. But there is a specific kind of curiosity that feels like a physical pull, a hook in your chest dragging you towards something you know is dangerous. I put the Jeep in park, grabbed my flashlight, and stepped out into the cold. The first thing I noticed was the smell. It didn't smell like the forest. It smelled like ozone and wet earth, mixed with something sweet and cloying like lilies at a funeral. I walked to the edge of the ravine. The bridge didn't look like it was anchored to the ground. It looked like it was growing out of it. The timbers were entwined with thick, translucent vines that seemed to shiver even though there was no wind. I took a step onto the bridge. The wood didn't creak. It felt solid, more solid than the ground I just left. But as soon as my boot touched the plank, the silence of the forest changed. It wasn't silent anymore. I started to hear a sound coming from the far side of the ravine. It was a low, rhythmic thudding like someone hitting a drum made of leather. Thump, thump, thump. I froze. I shone my flashlight across the span. The beam should have reached the other side. The ravine wasn't that wide, but the light seemed to get sucked away after 20 feet. It just dissolved into the fog. I took another step, and then another. I was halfway across when the logic of the world finally shattered. I looked back at my Jeep. I could see the glow of its taillights through the mist, but the Jeep wasn't 50 feet away anymore. It looked like it was a mile away, a tiny red speck in a sea of black trees. The bridge had elongated. I looked forward, and the other side was nowhere to be seen. I was standing on a span of wood that felt infinite, suspended over a void that didn't show up on any map. That's when the thumping stopped. From the darkness ahead, a voice called out. It didn't sound like a person. It sounded like a recording of a person played at the wrong speed, warped, tinny, and devoid of any real emotion. "Is it time?" the voice asked. I didn't answer. I couldn't. My throat had tightened into a hard knot. I turned around to run back to the Jeep, but as I moved, the bridge beneath me shifted. The planks didn't break, but they softened. It felt like I was walking on a mattress or a tongue. I stumbled, dropping my flashlight. It hit the wood with a dull thud and rolled toward the edge. I lunged for it, but it slipped off the side. I waited for the sound of it hitting the bottom of the ravine. I waited for the crash of glass or the clatter of metal on stone. Nothing. The flashlight fell into the dark and just kept falling. There was no bottom. I scrambled to my feet, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard it hurt. I didn't need the light to know I was in trouble. The violation of expectation I'd felt earlier was now a full-blown predatory threat. I started to jog back toward the red specks of my taillights, but the more I ran, the further away they seemed to get. The bridge was stretching, pulling me deeper into the center of the ravine even as I tried to leave. "You have the scent of the sun on you," the voice said. It was closer now, much closer. I could hear the wet slap of feet on the timber, not boots, but bare skin hitting the wood. Slap, slap, slap. I stopped running. I realized that the bridge wasn't a structure. It was a lure. Like the dangling light of an anglerfish, it was designed to draw things in from the real world into whatever this place was. I reached into my pocket and felt the cold steel of my pocket knife. It was a pathetic defense against something that could bend space and time, but it gave me a second of clarity. I looked down at the planks beneath my feet. The bioluminescent glow was brighter now, and I could see things moving inside the wood. Small, pale shapes that looked like fingers, pressing upward against the grain, trying to break through. "I'm leaving," I whispered. My voice sounded small and brittle in the vast emptiness. "Nobody leaves the same," the voice replied. I saw a shape emerge from the fog ahead of me. It was tall, too tall, and its limbs moved with an extra jointed fluidity that made my stomach turn. It wasn't wearing clothes, but its skin was the same charred black color as the bridge timbers. It didn't have a face, just a smooth, reflective surface where eyes and a mouth should be. It stopped 10 feet away. It didn't attack, It just stood there, tilting its head. And then it did something worse than attacking. It started to mimic me. It shifted its weight the way I was shifting mine. It held its arm at the same angle I held mine. I realized then that it wasn't trying to eat me. It was trying to asterisk become asterisk me. The panic finally boiled over. I didn't think. I just acted on pure animal instinct. I knew I couldn't outrun the bridge's expansion, so I did the only thing I could think of. I didn't run toward the Jeep. I ran toward the edge. I didn't jump into the void. I wasn't that suicidal. Instead, I threw myself flat on the very edge of the bridge and reached underneath, grabbing the supporting beam. I swung my body off the side, dangling over the bottomless pit. The logic was simple if insane. If the bridge was a lure, it was the top surface that was the trap. The thing on the bridge walked over to where I had been standing. I could see its long black toes inches from my fingers. It let out a sound, a high-pitched mechanical screech that vibrated through the wood and into my teeth. It began to pace back and forth, searching for me. It couldn't see me, or maybe it couldn't understand the concept of something being asterisk underneath. I hung there for what felt like hours. My muscles burned and my fingers went numb from the cold. Below me, there was nothing but an infinite, howling blackness. But then, I felt a change. The vibration in the wood started to fade. The bioluminescent glow began to dim. I looked toward the horizon, or where the horizon should be, and saw a faint gray sliver of light. Morning. As the first hint of pre-dawn light touched the tops of the trees, the bridge began to groan. It wasn't the sound of settling wood. It was the sound of something dissolving. The planks beneath my fingers started to feel less like timber and more like smoke. I realized I had seconds before the bridge vanished entirely, dropping me into the ravine. I hauled myself up, using every bit of strength I had left. The tall, faceless thing was gone. The fog was thinning. I saw the Jeep. It was only 30 feet away now. The bridge had snapped back to its original dimensions as the sun approached. I scrambled onto the dirt bank just as the last of the wooden pilings turned to mist. I didn't look back. I dived into the Jeep, cranked the engine, thank God it started, and slammed it into reverse. I backed that vehicle up the trail like a madman, hitting trees and scraping paint, until I reached a wide enough spot to turn around. I drove until I hit the paved highway, and then I drove another 30 miles before I finally pulled over and threw up on the side of the road. When I finally got home and looked in the mirror, I expected to see myself. And I did, but there was something wrong. My eyes, they weren't the same shade of brown. They were darker, almost black, and there was a faint, shimmering pulse in my pupils if I looked too closely. I went to the ranger station a week later. I didn't tell them about the monster or the infinite bridge. I just asked about the Oak Haven cutoff. The ranger, an old guy named Miller who'd been there since the 60s, didn't even look up from his clipboard. "Nobody goes out there," he said flatly. "I heard there was a bridge," I said, my voice trembling. Miller stopped writing. He looked at me then, really looked at me. He scanned my face, his eyes lingering on mine for a second too long. A look of recognition and pity flashed across his face. "There is no bridge," he said. "Not during the day, and if you found it at night, well, you're the first one I've seen come back to talk about it." He didn't ask questions. He didn't offer help. He just went back to his paperwork as if I were already a ghost. I still live in this town, but I stay inside after dark. I've boarded up the windows that face the woods, because sometimes, when the moon is right and the air gets that sweet, funeral smell, I hear a thumping on my front door. Thump, thump, thump. And a voice that sounds just like mine, the way I used to sound, asks through the wood, "Is it time to come back across?" The sound of my own voice coming from the other side of a dead-bolted oak door is a vibration that starts in the marrow of my bones and works its way out. It isn't just a mimicry, it's a theft. When that thing on the bridge, that tall, jointed shadow, tilted its head at me, it wasn't just observing. It was sampling. It was taking the frequency of my vocal cords, the cadence of my breath, and the very shape of my fear, and it was filing them away for later use. I sat on the floor of my entryway that night, my back pressed against the door, feeling the wood shudder with every rhythmic strike of its fist. Thump, thump, thump. It was the same heartbeat I felt through the soles of my boots on the timber planks. I didn't breathe. I didn't move. I just watched the gap at the bottom of the door, terrified that I would see those long, charred black toes wiggling into the warmth of my hallway. But no light bled through from the outside. No moonlight, no porch lamp. Just a void that seemed to have followed me home from the Oakhaven cutoff. "Let me in, Elias," the voice said. It was my voice, but it was too perfect. It lacked the jagged edges of a man who had smoked for 15 years and spent his days inhaling sawdust at the mill. It was a digital reconstruction of a human soul. "It's cold out here. The bridge is waiting." I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing my palms against my ears until the silence roared. I stayed that way until the sun cracked the horizon, turning the silhouettes of the blackwood pines from monsters back into timber. When the light finally hit the porch, the weight against the door evaporated. I opened it, my hands shaking so violently I dropped my keys twice. There were no footprints in the dirt, no scuff marks on the wood. But there was a smell, that cloying funeral lily scent, faint but unmistakable, clinging to the screen door like a physical film. I knew then that I couldn't just hide. The bridge hadn't let me go. It had simply let out the slack on the line. I was a fish that had swallowed the hook, swimming back into deep water, thinking I was free while the fishermen slowly began to reel. The next few weeks were a blur of sleep-deprived paranoia. I quit the mill. I couldn't stand the sound of the saws. They sounded too much like the screeching mechanical noise the creature had made when I went over the side of the bridge. I spent my savings on heavy-duty locks, blackout curtains, and a second-hand generator. I became the town eccentric, the man who painted his windows white so the woods couldn't look in. But the most disturbing change wasn't the house, it was the reflection. Every morning I stood in front of the bathroom mirror and stared into my own eyes. The pupils were expanding. The brown of my irises was being crowded out by a deep, oily obsidian that seemed to swirl if I stared too long. And the pulse, that rhythmic bioluminescent flicker, was getting stronger. It matched the thumping at the door. It was as if a part of the bridge was growing inside my skull, a bridgehead into the physical world. I needed answers, and I knew Miller at the ranger station wouldn't give them to me. He was a man who had made his peace with the darkness by looking the other way. If I wanted to understand what was happening to me, I had to find someone who hadn't turned away. I remembered a name my grandfather used to mention when he was deep in his cups, old Sarah Vance. She lived in a cabin out near the edge of the park, a woman the locals called the map maker. They said she didn't map the trails or the rivers. She mapped the things that moved between them. She was 80 if she was a day, a recluse who hadn't been seen in town for years. I drove the Jeep, still dented and scarred from my flight from the woods, out toward the northern boundary. The air was turning colder, the first true frost of the season sparkling on the dead leaves. As I approached the turnoff for Vance's property, the Jeep began to cough. The engine, which had always been reliable, sputtered and died. I rolled to a stop on the shoulder, the silence of the forest immediately rushing in to fill the space left by the motor. I didn't try to restart it. I knew better. The geography was shifting again. The woods around Vance's cabin felt different, thicker, older. The trees weren't pines or oaks. They were gnarled, gray things with bark that looked like wrinkled skin. I stepped out and began to walk. I found the cabin at the end of a path that seemed to wind more than the terrain required. It was a small, leaning structure covered in dried herbs and bundles of rowan branches. Sarah Vance was sitting on the porch in a rocking chair, a heavy quilt over her lap despite the biting chill. She didn't look up as I approached. She was busy drawing in a leather-bound ledger with a piece of charcoal. "You're late, Elias," she said, her voice like dry leaves skittering across pavement. I stopped at the bottom of the porch steps. "How do you know my name?" She finally looked up, and I saw that her eyes were completely clouded over with cataracts, milky white spheres that should have rendered her blind. Yet she looked directly at my face, her gaze settling on my darkening pupils. The bridge doesn't take names, but it leaves a signature. You're wearing it like a neon sign. What is it? I asked, my voice cracking. What did I step onto out there? She beckoned me closer with a gnarled hand. I climbed the steps, the wood beneath my boots feeling dangerously thin. She opened the ledger and turned it toward me. It wasn't a map of the forest. It was a series of overlapping circles and lines, a geometric nightmare that seemed to pulse on the page. In the center of the largest circle was a drawing of a bridge. The Blackwood isn't just a forest, she whispered. It's a seam, a place where the fabric of what is and what isn't was stitched together poorly. Most of the time, the stitches hold, but when the sun goes down, the tension changes. The seam opens. The bridge, I said. It wasn't there during the day. The bridge is a transit point, Sarah said, her blind eyes tracking something moving behind me in the trees. It's a bridge between the world of form and the world of echoes, the things on the other side. They don't have shapes of their own. They are hunger given intent. They see our world, the light, the solid ground, the way we can touch things without them dissolving, and they want it. They want to cross over. One of them tried to mimic me, I told her, shivering. It sounded like me, it looked like me. It didn't just want to look like you, boy. It wanted to replace you. The bridge is a filter. It strips away the soul and replaces it with the void. You got off the span before the process was finished, but you didn't get off clean. You brought a piece of the bridge back in your blood. She reached out and grabbed my wrist. Her grip was surprisingly strong, her skin as cold as the ravine air. She pulled my hand toward the ledger and pressed my thumb onto the drawing of the bridge. The thumping at your door, she said. That isn't just a monster looking for a meal. That's the rest of you. The part of your spirit that the bridge managed to snag. It wants to be whole. It wants to pull the rest of your meat back into the dark so it can finish the trade. I pulled my hand away, my thumb stained black with charcoal. How do I stop it? How do I get my eyes back? How do I make the thumping stop? Sarah Vance looked away, back toward the darkening woods. The sun was beginning its descent, the shadows lengthening with terrifying speed. You can't go back to who you were. The bridge has your scent now, but you can close the seam, for a while at least. How? The bridge only manifests when there is a witness, she said. It needs a mind to anchor it to this reality. You saw it, so it became real for you. To break it, you have to go back. You have to stand on the span again, but this time you can't be a victim. You have to be the anchor that breaks. You want me to go back there? I shouted. I barely made it out alive. There's a bottomless pit under that thing. There is no pit, she snapped, her milky eyes flashing. There is only what you believe is there. The bridge is a mirror of your own terror. If you go back with fear, the pit will be infinite. If you go back with the intent to destroy, the bridge will have no choice but to collapse. She reached into the folds of her quilt and pulled out a small, heavy object wrapped in oilcloth. She handed it to me. This was your grandfather's. He found the bridge once too. He was the one who taught me how to map the seams. I unwrapped the cloth. Inside was an old brass compass, but the needle didn't point north. It spun lazily in a circle, glowing with the same faint, foxfire light I had seen on the bridge timbers. When the needle stops spinning and points toward the trees, you'll know the bridge is manifesting, Sarah said. Take a gallon of kerosene and a box of matches. Wood is wood, Elias, even if it's made of ghosts. Fire is the one thing that belongs solely to the world of the sun. It's the only thing they can't mimic. Why didn't my grandfather tell me? I asked, clutching the compass. He thought he'd closed it for good, she said sadly. But the forest grows, the seams stretch, and your generation, you're so loud. You broadcast your presence with your engines and your lights. You invited the bridge back. She stood up, her rocking chair continuing to move on its own. Go now. The sun is dropping. If you stay here, the bridge will find you on my porch, and I'm too old to fight another war for this world." I didn't argue. I ran back toward the Jeep. As I reached the road, the engine roared to life on the first turn of the key as if it had never died. I looked back at the cabin, but the winding path was gone. There was only a wall of gray, skin-like bark and the deep, encroaching shadows. I drove straight to the hardware store in town. I bought 3 5-gallon cans of kerosene and a pack of long-reach lighters. The clerk, a kid no older than 20, looked at the cans and then at my eyes. He turned pale and didn't offer a word of small talk. He just took my cash with trembling fingers and watched me leave. The sun was a bruised orange sliver on the horizon when I reached the Oakhaven cutoff. The air already had that heavy, weighted feel. The silence was absolute. I didn't wait for the dusk to settle. I drove the Jeep as far as the trail would allow, the branches screaming against the metal. I stopped at the edge of the stream, the place where the atmosphere had shifted the first time. I got out, the kerosene can sloshing in my hands. I pulled the compass from my pocket. The needle was no longer spinning. It was pointing straight ahead toward the jagged ravine. And it wasn't just pointing, it was vibrating so hard the brass casing hummed. I walked toward the edge. The ravine was there, a dark wound in the earth. And then, like a photograph developing in a tray of acid, the bridge began to appear. First, the faint bioluminescent shimmer, then the smell of funeral lilies, then the heavy, charred timbers knitting themselves out of the fog. It looked even larger this time, the span stretching into a horizon that shouldn't exist. I stepped onto the first plank. Thumping. The sound didn't come from the far side this time. It came from right in front of me. The tall, faceless figure was already there, waiting at the center of the span. But it wasn't alone. Beside it stood another figure, a shorter one, wearing a familiar heavy wool jacket and holding a ghostly, glowing flashlight. It was me, or rather it was the part of me I'd left behind. The me on the bridge turned its head. It didn't have my new black eyes. It had my old ones, the brown, human eyes I'd seen in the mirror for 42 years. It looked at me with an expression of pure, unadulterated agony. "Is it time?" the tall thing asked, its voice now a perfect, harmonious blend of my voice and 1,000 others. "It's time," I whispered. I unscrewed the cap of the first kerosene can. The smell of the fuel was sharp and aggressive, cutting through the cloying scent of the lilies like a blade. I began to pour. The clear liquid soaked into the ancient, glowing wood, and for the first time, I heard a new sound from the bridge. It was a hiss, a low, pained sibilance like water hitting a hot griddle. The tall figure stepped forward, its extra-jointed limbs clicking. "The sun is gone, Elias. You have no power here." "I brought the sun with me," I said, reaching for the lighter in my pocket. The mimic, the version of me with the brown eyes, reached out a hand. "Don't," it sobbed. "If you burn the bridge I burn with it, we'll never be whole." I hesitated. Looking into those eyes was like looking into my own past, into the life I had before the woods became a place of terror. I saw the mill, I saw the high ridges at sunset, I saw the face of my grandfather. It was a lure, the most sophisticated one the bridge had ever produced. "You aren't me," I said, my voice hardening. "You're just a memory the bridge is using to keep itself alive." I struck the lighter. The flame was small, a tiny yellow flicker in the vast, pulsing darkness of the gorge. But to the bridge, it might as well have been a star. The tall creature recoiled, its smooth, reflective face shimmering with agitation. "Stop!" the mimic screamed. I dropped the lighter onto the kerosene-soaked planks. The bridge didn't just catch fire, it erupted. The flames weren't orange or red. They were a brilliant, blinding white. The fire raced down the span with impossible speed, leaping from plank to plank as if the wood were made of dried tinder. The scream that tore through the air wasn't human. It was the sound of the seam ripping. The tall creature was engulfed in seconds, its charred skin curling and peeling away to reveal nothing but empty, white light beneath. The mimic, the version of me, dissolved into smoke, its brown eyes the last thing to vanish. The bridge began to buckle. The infinite horizon collapsed, the far side of the ravine suddenly rushing back toward me. I turned and ran for the dirt bank, the heat at my back so intense I could feel the hair on the back of my neck singeing. I dived onto the solid ground just as the bridge gave way. There was no sound of a crash. There was no splash in the water below. There was only a sudden, violent vacuum, a pop in my ears, and then silence. I lay there for a long time, my face pressed into the cold, damp earth. When I finally looked up, the bridge was gone. The ravine was just a ravine, a dark, rocky gap in the forest floor. The fog had vanished. The smell of lilies was replaced by the clean, sharp scent of pine and wood smoke. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the compass. The brass was cold. The needle was gone, the glass face had shattered, and the interior was nothing but empty space. I drove home in the pre-dawn light. I didn't look in the mirror when I got there. I went straight to bed and slept for 20 hours. When I finally woke up, I went to the bathroom. I turned on the light and forced myself to look. My eyes were brown. The black obsidian was gone. The pulse was gone. I looked like myself again, older, tired, and scarred, but human. But as I turned to leave the room, I caught a glimpse of something in the corner of the mirror. Just for a second, a flicker of white light, like the glow of a dying ember. I still don't go into the woods. I still live in this town, and I still keep my windows boarded up. Because even though I burned the bridge, I know how forests work. When you burn something down, the soil becomes rich. New things grow in the ashes. And sometimes at 6:14 p.m., when the sun is just a memory and the air gets that metallic bite, I look out at the tree line and I see a faint, bioluminescent shimmer. It isn't a bridge yet. It's just a sprout. A single glowing vine reaching out of the dirt, searching for a witness. I'm 42 years old, and I know the geography of this world isn't fixed. I know that the maps are just polite lies we tell ourselves to keep from screaming. And I know that somewhere out there in the deep, dark heart of the Blackwood, the seam is already starting to itch. The morning after the bridge burned felt like waking up from a deep-sea dive. The pressure in my sinuses had vanished, and the constant, rhythmic thrumming that had vibrated against the base of my skull was replaced by the mundane ringing of a refrigerator compressor and the distant, lonely whistle of a freight train. I stood in my kitchen, clutching a mug of coffee with hands that finally felt like they belonged to me. The obsidian stain in my irises had retreated, leaving my eyes bloodshot but undeniably human. I should have felt victorious. I had faced the manifestation of my own erasure and I had struck the match. But as the caffeine cleared the fog of my 28-hour slumber, a new kind of dread began to settle. It wasn't the sharp, jagged fear of the bridge. It was the heavy, suffocating realization of what Sarah Vance had said. The bridge only manifests when there is a witness. I had been the anchor. I had seen it, and in seeing it, I had given it the mass it needed to intersect with my world. By burning it, I hadn't just destroyed a structure of wood and ghost light. I had cauterized a wound in my own perception. But a cauterized wound leaves a scar, and scars are brittle. I spent the next 3 days in a state of hypervigilance that bordered on the manic. I didn't go back to the mill, even to pick up my final paycheck. I didn't go to the grocery store. I sat on my porch with a 12-gauge shotgun across my knees, watching the tree line. The Blackwood pines stood indifferent, their needles whispering in a dry autumn wind. They looked like trees again, just timber and sap, but I couldn't shake the feeling that they were holding their breath. On the 4th day, the mailman left a yellow slip in my box. It was a notification for a certified letter held at the post office. I stared at it for an hour. In a town like Oakhaven, certified mail usually meant one of two things: legal trouble or a death in the family. Since I had no family left and my legal troubles were limited to a few unpaid parking tickets from 3 years ago, The yellow slip felt like a summons from the woods themselves. I drove into town, the Jeep rattling over the potholes of Main Street. The town felt different. People didn't look at me with the same overt horror they had when my eyes were black pits, but there was a lingering avoidance, a collective shying away. It was as if I carried the scent of ozone and wood smoke on my skin. Elias, the postmaster, a man named Henderson who had known my father, said as he slid the letter across the counter. He didn't meet my eyes. He focused on the mole on my cheek. Rough week. Something like that, I muttered. The envelope was thick, heavy, and smelled faintly of pressed flowers and old paper. There was no return address, just a smudge of charcoal where a name should have been. I didn't open it until I was back in the safety of the Jeep with the doors locked. Inside were three things. The first was a Polaroid photograph. It was overexposed, the edges curling with age. It showed a man standing on a dirt path. His back was to the camera, but I recognized the set of his shoulders, the way he tilted his head to the left when he was thinking. It was my grandfather. He was standing at the edge of the ravine, but there was no bridge. Instead, there was a ladder, a tall, spindly thing made of white birch that seemed to climb straight up into a sky that was the color of a bruised plum. The second item was a hand-drawn map on vellum, so thin it was translucent. It wasn't a map of the Blackwood I knew. It was a map of the asterisk underneath asterisk. It showed the rivers of the park, but they were labeled with names like the Vein of Regret and the Silt of Silence asterisk. The roads weren't highways, they were tentative agreements. In the center of the map, where the Oakhaven cutoff should be, was a blackened hole where the paper had been burned through. The third item was a note, written in the same dry-leaf scrawl as Sarah Vance's ledger. The fire was a temporary measure, Elias. You broke the bridge, but you didn't kill the hunger. A bridge is a path, but a path can be walked in two directions. You brought something back that wasn't just in your blood. You brought back a debt. The map maker is gone. The seam is stretching again. Look to the cellar. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. The map maker is gone. I thought of Sarah sitting in her rocking chair, her milky eyes tracking the invisible predators in the brush. If she was gone, the only person who knew how to read the tentative agreements of the forest was me. I drove back to my house, the speedometer climbing higher than the old engine liked. The sun was beginning its descent, casting long, skeletal shadows across the asphalt. I pulled into my gravel driveway, spraying stones against the siding. I didn't go to the porch. I went around the side of the house to the bulkhead doors that led to the cellar. My house was old, built in the 20s, and the cellar was a damp, earthen-floored space used mostly for storing coal and the occasional jar of preserved peaches that had long since turned into fermented sludge. I pulled the heavy wooden doors open. The air that rushed out wasn't the usual smell of damp dirt and mildew. It was the smell of funeral lilies. I grabbed my heavy-duty flashlight from the Jeep and clicked it on. The beam sliced through the darkness of the stairwell. I descended slowly, the wooden steps groaning under my weight. My boots hit the dirt floor with a soft thud. The cellar was empty just as I'd left it. The old coal chute was rusted shut. The shelves of jars were covered in dust. But as I panned the light toward the far wall, the one that faced the woods, I saw it. The dirt wasn't just dirt anymore. A patch of the earthen wall about 5 feet wide had begun to shimmer. It looked like wet oil on a puddle, a swirling, iridescent film that seemed to have no depth. As I watched, a single pale white root pushed through the center of the film. It didn't look like a plant root. It looked like a finger, long, multi-jointed, and translucent. It tapped against the foundation stone, a rhythmic, hollow sound. Thump! I backed away, the flashlight beam shaking in my hand. The bridge hadn't just been a physical location in the woods. It was a conceptual entity, a parasitic reality that had latched onto me because I was the only one left who would acknowledge its existence. By burning the span in the woods, I had forced it to find a new anchor. It had followed me home. "Get out," I whispered, my voice cracking. "I burned you, you're dead." The white root didn't retreat. Instead, another one joined it, then a third. They began to weave together, knitting a lattice work against the cellar wall. It wasn't a bridge this time. It was a door, or the beginning of one. I ran back upstairs, slamming the bulkhead doors and padlocking them. I spent the night in the living room, every light in the house blazing. I could hear them down there. It wasn't just thumping anymore. It was a scratching sound, like thousands of tiny needles dragging across stone. I realized then that Sarah Vance hadn't sent that letter to warn me. She had sent it to pass the torch. She was 80 years old. She had spent her life holding back the echoes by mapping them, by giving them boundaries they couldn't cross. And now she was gone, and the boundaries were dissolving. I spent the next day in the garage, fueled by a frantic, nervous energy. If the bridge was a mirror of my terror, as Sarah said, then I had to stop being terrified. I had to become something else. I had to become a cartographer of the nightmare. I took the vellum map and laid it out on my workbench. I used my grandfather's old drafting tools to try and reconcile the tentative agreements with the actual topographical maps of the Blackwood. It was like trying to overlay a dream onto a blueprint. The distances didn't match. The elevations were impossible. But as I worked, a pattern began to emerge. The bridge wasn't the only seam. There were others. The Widow's Peak lookout, where 3 hikers had vanished in the 70s. The Old Man's Cave near the reservoir. The Singing Creek. Each of these places corresponded to a knot in the vellum map. The Blackwood wasn't just a forest with a ghost bridge. It was a sentient geography that was slowly unfolding itself into our world, using the trauma and the memories of the locals as a framework. My grandfather had known. He had spent his final years patrolling these seams, keeping the stitches tight. I looked at the charcoal smudge on the envelope. It wasn't a smudge, it was a fingerprint. I held it up to the light and saw the whorls and ridges. They weren't human. They were geometric, a series of interlocking triangles. A knock came at my front door, not a thump, a polite, rhythmic rapping. I picked up the shotgun and walked to the door. I didn't open it. "Who is it?" "Elias, it's Miller, from the ranger station." I squinted through the peephole. It was Miller, all right. He looked tired, his uniform rumpled, his hat pulled low over his eyes. But there was something wrong with the way he was standing. He was too still. His arms hung at his sides like weights, and he wasn't blinking. "What do you want, Miller?" "We found Sarah Vance's cabin," he said, his voice flat, devoid of its usual gravelly warmth. "Or what's left of it. It's gone, Elias. Not burned, not collapsed, just gone. There's a hole in the ground where the foundation should be, and the hole doesn't have a bottom." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the draft in the hallway. "Why are you telling me?" "Because your Jeep was seen out that way, and because I found something in the dirt near the hole. A compass, brass, shattered glass." He looked up then, directly into the peephole. For a split second, the light hit his eyes just right. They weren't brown. They weren't black. They were milky white. "The bridge is calling for a foreman, Elias," Miller said, and his voice began to distort, layering into that terrifying harmony I had heard on the span. "The mapmaker is retired. The seam needs a new stitch." "Go away," I hissed, leveling the shotgun at the wood of the door. "You can't burn the house, Elias. You live here. If you light the match, you're just finishing the trade." He turned and walked off the porch. I watched him through the window. He didn't go to his truck. He walked straight toward the tree line. As he reached the first row of pines, his body didn't push through the brush. He simply faded, his silhouette becoming a shimmer of bioluminescence before vanishing entirely. I went back to the cellar doors. I could hear the scratching getting louder. The lilies were so strong now the scent was making me nauseous. I knew what I had to do. I couldn't just hide and I couldn't just burn. I had to go to the source. I packed a bag, the vellum map, the kerosene just in case, a heavy flashlight and my grandfather's drafting tools. I also took a jar of white paint. If the bridge needed a witness to be real, then I would give it a witness it didn't expect. I would rewrite the map. I drove back to the Oakhaven cutoff as the sun dipped below the horizon. The air was already humming. The ravine was waiting. I didn't wait for the bridge to manifest on its own terms. I walked to the edge of the cliff and I began to paint. I painted a circle on the rock. Then I painted the symbols from the vellum map, the interlocking triangles, the tentative agreements. I wasn't just drawing, I was projecting. I was thinking of the forest as it should be, solid, indifferent, and empty of hunger. The bridge began to flicker into existence, but it was unstable. It looked like a television signal losing its lock. The timbers were there 1 second and gone the next. The tall figure appeared in the center, but it was translucent, its faceless head twitching with a mechanical frustration. "Elias," it hissed. "No," I said, my voice steady. "I'm not the anchor anymore, I'm the surveyor." I stepped onto the flickering wood. It felt like walking on a trampoline made of cobwebs. I didn't look at the tall thing. I didn't look at the pit. I looked at my map. "According to the agreement of 1924, I said, reciting the notes my grandfather had left in the margins of the vellum, "this transit point is closed. The seam is move only. No exit, no entry." The bridge let out a sound like a dying whale, a deep, tectonic groan that shook the trees. The tall figure lunged at me, its long fingers reaching for my throat. But as it entered the circle of the map I had memorized, its hand simply passed through me. I wasn't the one who was a ghost here. It was. "You don't have enough of me left to be real," I told it. I took my eyes back. I took my soul back. "You're just an echo of a hunger that hasn't eaten in 100 years." I poured the white paint over the first timber of the bridge. Where the paint touched the wood, the bioluminescence died instantly. The white lead-based liquid acted like a poison to the echo. The timber turned into ordinary, rotting pine and fell into the ravine. The bridge began to unzip. It didn't collapse this time, it unraveled. The timbers turned back into mist. The tall figure stretched and distorted, its form pulled apart by a wind that didn't exist in the physical world. It screamed, a sound of pure, hollow vacuum, and then it was gone. I stood on the edge of the ravine, alone in the dark. The silence was finally real. No thumping, no scratching, just the wind in the pines. I walked back to my Jeep, but I didn't go home. I drove to the park ranger station. It was empty. Miller's truck was gone. His desk was neat, a half-eaten sandwich sitting on a paper plate. I sat in his chair and pulled out the vellum map. I took a pen and I began to fill in the blackened hole in the center. I didn't draw a bridge. I drew a wall. I am the new map maker of the Blackwood. I don't get paid and I don't have a uniform. My job is to walk the tentative agreements and make sure the stitches hold. I spend my nights painting symbols on trees and pouring salt across the veins of regret. The town still thinks I'm the eccentric who painted his windows white. They don't know that the white paint is the only thing keeping the echoes from seeing into their bedrooms. They don't know that when they hear a branch snap in the woods, it's often me, making sure the geography stays fixed. The cellar in my house is quiet now. The dirt wall is just dirt, but I know better than to think it's over. The Blackwood is old and it has a long memory. It's waiting for me to get tired. It's waiting for me to blink. Until then, I keep my eyes open. I keep my matches dry. And I never, ever cross a bridge after the sun goes down. Because even if you burn the span, the ravine is still there. And the ravine is always hungry. The silence lasted exactly 3 weeks. In those 21 days, I became a creature of habit and ritual. I learned that the geography of the Blackwood wasn't static. It breathed. It shifted like the tectonic plates of a nightmare, and my role as the map maker was to act as the weight that held the corners of the rug down. I kept the vellum map pinned to my dashboard, its translucent surface occasionally pulsing with a faint, rhythmic amber glow whenever I drove near a weak spot. I began to understand why Sarah Vance lived the way she did. Isolation wasn't a choice. It was a containment strategy. The more people you interact with, the more threads you weave between the mundane world and the underneath. To be the mapmaker was to be a ghost who still paid property taxes. On the 22nd day, the atmospheric pressure dropped so sharply it made my teeth ache. I was at the kitchen table, trying to translate a series of marginalia my grandfather had written in a cipher that looked like a bird's skeletal remains. Outside, the sky was the color of a fresh bruise, a deep, sickly purple that signaled a storm Oakhaven hadn't seen in decades. The phone rang. I didn't have a landline, or I hadn't had one until I moved back. I'd found the old rotary phone in the attic, a heavy black beast of Bakelite, and plugged it in on a whim, thinking it might be a link to the past. It had been silent for months. Now it was shrilling with a mechanical urgency that vibrated the wood of the side table. I picked it up. I didn't say hello. Elias, a voice whispered. It wasn't Miller. It wasn't the harmony of the bridge. It was a woman's voice, thin and reedy like wind whistling through a cracked window. The silt of silence is overflowing. The reservoir. You have to go to the reservoir. Sarah, I asked, my heart skipping. I thought you were. Gone is a relative term, boy. The mapmaker doesn't die, we just become part of the legend, but the legend is leaking. The storm isn't weather, it's a tear. If the reservoir breaks, the town won't drown in water. It will drown in asterisk memory. The line went dead. Not just a hang-up, but a total cessation of sound, as if the wires had been cut by a sudden frost. I grabbed my gear. The white paint was nearly gone, but I had a fresh gallon of industrial-grade primer in the garage. I took the shotgun, the vellum map, and a heavy iron pry bar. If the reservoir was the next scene, I was heading into the heart of the Blackwoods plumbing. The drive to the Oakhaven Reservoir was a descent into a world losing its resolution. As I climbed the winding access road, the trees on either side began to lose their bark, turning into smooth, gray pillars that looked more like bone than timber. The road itself felt spongy, the Jeep's tires sinking into asphalt that had the consistency of wet tongue. When I reached the dam, the air was thick with the smell of funeral lilies and ozone. The reservoir wasn't a body of water anymore. It was a churning cauldron of silver-black liquid that didn't reflect the sky. It reflected things that shouldn't be there, buildings that hadn't been built yet, faces of people who had died a century ago, and the skeletal remains of the bridge I thought I had destroyed. Standing on the walkway of the dam was a figure. It wasn't the tall thing from the bridge. It was Miller, or what was left of him. He was wearing his ranger uniform, but it was bleached white, the fabric fused to his skin. He was holding a surveyor's transit, leveling it against the horizon with a terrifying, mechanical precision. "Miller," I shouted, stepping out of the Jeep. The wind caught my words and twisted them, throwing them back at me in a language I didn't understand. He didn't turn. "The elevations are wrong, Elias," he said, his voice echoing from the center of the reservoir rather than his mouth. "The town is too high. The woods are too low. We need to level the field. We need to let the silt of silence find its own level." I looked over the edge of the dam. On the dry side, the valley stretched out toward Oakhaven. I could see the lights of the town, flickering like dying embers. If the dam broke, that silver-black sludge would pour down the valley. It wouldn't destroy the houses. It would erase the people inside them, turning them into echoes before they even had a chance to scream. "The agreement of 1924, I yelled, pulling the vellum map from my pocket. "The reservoir is a fixed point. It's anchored by the stone of the earth." Miller finally turned. His face was a smooth mask of white skin. No eyes, no nose, just a slight indentation where a mouth might have been. "The stone is tired, Elias. The stone wants to sleep. The map maker is the only thing keeping the world from folding in on itself, and you're just a boy with a jar of paint." He raised his hand, and the silver-black liquid in the reservoir rose in a massive, silent wave. It didn't splash. It moved with the grace of a predator. I didn't reach for the shotgun. I knew lead wouldn't stop a geographical shift. I reached for the drafting tools. I took the brass compass and jammed the sharp point into the palm of my hand. Blood, dark and vibrant, welled up. I didn't flinch. I smeared the blood across the center of the vellum map, right over the blackened hole I had tried to fill with ink. "I am the witness," I screamed at the sky. "I see the water, I see the stone, I see the town." The mapmaker's secret, the one Sarah hadn't told me but my grandfather had hinted at in his cryptic notes, was that the anchor wasn't sight. It was asterisk sacrifice asterisk. The Blackwood didn't just want to be seen, it wanted to be felt. It wanted a piece of the world to stay rooted in it so it could have a reference point. As my blood hit the vellum, the map began to smoke. The translucent paper turned opaque, the lines of the tentative agreements glowing with a fierce, blinding gold light. The wave of silver-black liquid froze. Miller let out a sound like grinding rocks. His white form began to crack, the cracks weeping the same silver-black sludge that filled the reservoir. You're making it permanent," he hissed. "You're locking the door from the inside." "That's the job, isn't it?" I said, my voice dropping to a low growl. I felt a coldness spreading from my palm, moving up my arm, settling into my marrow. I wasn't just Elias anymore. I was the boundary. I knelt on the concrete walkway and began to draw, not with paint, but with the compass point and my own blood. I drew the symbols for asterisk, hold asterisk, asterisk bind, and remain asterisk. I carved them into the stone of the dam, the metal of the tool screaming against the concrete. The reservoir groaned. The silver-black liquid began to recede, draining back down into the depths of the earth, leaving behind a layer of mundane, murky pond water. The gray, bone-like trees shivered and grew bark. The purple sky broke, allowing a sliver of cold, honest moonlight to hit the surface of the water. Miller was gone. In his place was a pile of old, bleached driftwood and a rusted ranger's badge. I slumped against the railing, my hand throbbing. The vellum map was now a solid, heavy sheet of what felt like cured leather. The lines were no longer tentative. They were etched deep, a permanent blueprint of a truce that I had signed in my own life force. I drove back down the mountain in a daze. The world felt solid again, but it also felt smaller. Every tree I passed felt like a pillar I was personally responsible for. Every shadow was a debt I had to manage. When I got home, I didn't go to bed. I went to the cellar. The white lattice work was still there, but it was dead. It had turned into brittle, chalky husks that crumbled when I touched them. I took the pry bar and began to tear at the earthen wall. I dug until I hit the foundation stones, and then I dug further. I found what I was looking for about 3 feet down. It was a box, made of the same obsidian-stained wood as the bridge. Inside was a collection of journals dating back to the mid-1800s. The first one belonged to a man named Silas Thorne, the first mapmaker of Oakhaven. I sat on the dirt floor of my cellar, the smell of funeral lilies finally fading, replaced by the scent of old paper and wood smoke. I opened the first journal. The handwriting was identical to mine. To the one who follows, it began. The bridge is not the enemy. The bridge is the symptom. The forest is a memory of a world that existed before light was invented. We are the ones who keep the light from going out. But remember, the light needs a wick, and the wick always burns down. I looked at my hand. The wound from the compass hadn't closed. It wasn't bleeding anymore, but the skin around the puncture was turning a pale, translucent white. The same white as the roots, the same white as Miller's face. I wasn't just the map maker, I was becoming the map. I spent the rest of the night reading. I learned about the Great Erasure of 1892, when half the town had simply vanished, because the map maker of that time had fallen asleep on the job. I learned about the Singing Creek, and how it wasn't water, but a choir of voices that could lure a man into the earth if he didn't wear wax in his ears. As the sun began to rise, I went up to the porch. The blackwood looked beautiful in the morning light, gold and crimson leaves shivering in a crisp breeze. It looked like a postcard. It looked like a lie. I saw a car pulling into my driveway. It was a dusty sedan I didn't recognize. A woman got out. She was young, maybe in her early 20s, with a camera slung around her neck and a look of determined curiosity on her face. "Excuse me," she called out, shielding her eyes from the sun. "I'm looking for the old Vance place. I heard there was some weird history out here. I'm doing a thesis on local folklore." I looked at her. I saw the way she looked at the tree line with wonder, not with dread. She was a witness. She was a potential anchor. She was exactly what the hunger was waiting for. I stood up, adjusting the bandage on my hand. I felt the weight of the vellum map in my pocket, a heavy, cold presence against my thigh. "There's nothing out there but trees, miss," I said, my voice flat and professional. "The Vance place was torn down years ago. Dangerous ground, sinkholes. You're better off heading back to the highway." "But the locals said." "The locals like to tell stories to tourists," I interrupted. "It keeps the property values down, trust me. There's no bridge, there's no history, just timber and sap." She looked disappointed, her gaze lingering on the dark wall of the pines. For a second, I saw a flicker of something in the corner of her eye, a shimmer of bioluminescence, a phantom timber manifesting in the air behind her. I stepped off the porch and moved between her and the woods. I projected every ounce of my will into the space between us, visualizing the wall I had drawn on the map. I felt the cold in my marrow flare up, a protective frost that pushed back against the echo. The shimmer vanished. The girl blinked, the curiosity in her eyes replaced by a sudden, inexplicable shiver. "You're probably right," she muttered, hugging her arms to her chest. It's actually kind of creepy out here, isn't it?" "It's just a forest," I said, "and forests are only as big as you let them be." I watched her drive away, her taillights disappearing around the bend of the Oakhaven cutoff. I waited until the sound of her engine was gone before I allowed myself to breathe. I walked to the edge of my property, where the gravel met the pine needles. I took out a small vial of white paint I now carried in my pocket and marked the trunk of the nearest tree with a small, discreet triangle. The stitch was holding, for now. I went back inside and sat at my grandfather's desk. I opened a new ledger, a fresh, clean book with white pages. I picked up a pen and began to write. October 14th. The reservoir is stable. The bridge remains unmanifested. The witness was diverted. The hunger is quiet, but the silt of silence is rising in the eastern quadrant. I will need more salt by Friday. I looked at my reflection in the window. My eyes were clear, but the iris was surrounded by a thin, glowing ring of silver. It was the mark of the mapmaker. It was the price of the trade. I am Elias, the man who lives at the edge of the world. I am the one who watches the trees so you don't have to. I am the bridge that doesn't disappear because I have chosen to stay in the dark to keep the light burning. Somewhere deep in the blackwood, a branch snapped. A rhythmic, hollow thumping echoed through the valley, too faint for anyone else to hear. I didn't look up. I just kept writing, my hand moving across the page with the steady, unwavering precision of a man who knows exactly where the borders are drawn. The bridge was gone, but the map was eternal. And as long as I held the pen, the nightmare would stay exactly where it belonged, on the other side of the ink. The ink was still wet on the ledger when the smell of funeral lilies returned, not as a physical scent, but as a memory of a smell, a phantom sensation that coated the back of my throat. It was accompanied by a sound I had hoped never to hear again, the wet, rhythmic squelch of footsteps on the porch. Not the heavy, wood-on-wood thud of the bridge thing, but something smaller, more deliberate. I didn't reach for the shotgun this time. I reached for the jar of salt I kept under the desk. The door didn't creak when it opened. The air simply displaced, a cold front rushing into the warm kitchen. Standing in the doorway was a boy. He couldn't have been more than 10, wearing a yellow raincoat that looked brand new, despite the fact that it hadn't rained a drop of water in Oakhaven for 3 days. His face was a blurred watercolor of features, as if he were being viewed through a window streaked with grime. "Mr. Mapmaker," he asked. His voice didn't come from his throat. It came from the shadows in the corners of the ceiling. "I'm Elias," I said, keeping my voice steady. "I didn't invite him in. You never invite them in. What's the elevation, son?" It was a test from my grandfather's notes, a way to see if the echo was anchored to a specific event or if it was a free-roaming leak. The boy tilted his head, his neck stretching just a fraction too far to be human. "The elevation is 6 feet under the root and 40 feet above the spire. My mother sent me. She says the ink is bleeding." I looked down at my ledger. The entry I had just written, the report on the reservoir, was dissolving. The black ink was spreading across the paper, forming a shape I recognized with a jolt of pure, icy adrenaline. It was the outline of the Oakhaven Elementary School, a building that had been condemned and boarded up since the Silt of Silence event in the late 80s. "Tell your mother I see the border," I said. The boy smiled, or at least the blurred space where his mouth should be widened. He turned and walked off the porch, but he didn't head for the road. He walked straight toward the tree line and vanished into the trunk of a massive, ancient oak as if it were a curtain. I didn't wait. I grabbed my kit, the heavy leather map, the compass, the salt, and a fresh roll of copper wire. My hand, the one I'd pierced at the dam, was thrumming now, a dull, electric ache that pulsed in time with the woods. The white ring around my iris felt hot. The drive to the old school took me through the veins of regret, a stretch of road where the trees grew in unnatural, weeping arches. The townspeople avoided this route, claiming it was bad for their tires, never realizing that the potholes were actually soft spots where the ground was trying to swallow the light. The school sat in a hollow, surrounded by a chain-link fence that was choked with gray, leafless vines. It was a brick carcass, its windows like empty eye sockets. As I stepped out of the Jeep, the air turned thick and grainy. It felt like walking through a cloud of pulverized bone. The vellum map in my pocket began to vibrate. I pulled it out and saw a new line appearing, a jagged, pulsing vein of violet light that led directly into the school's basement. "Not today," I whispered to the trees. "I've already signed the lease." I found the basement entrance, a rusted storm cellar door. It was held shut by a padlock that had rusted into a single, solid lump of iron. I didn't use the key. I touched the padlock with my bandaged hand. The white heat in my palm flared, and the iron simply crumbled into red dust. Inside, the school smelled of damp chalk and old milk. The silence here wasn't the absence of sound. It was a physical weight, a pressure on the eardrums that made the world feel like it was underwater. I clicked on my flashlight. The beam was weak, the light seemingly absorbed by the shadows before it could travel more than a few feet. On the walls, the old emergency exit maps had changed. The floor plans were no longer for a school. They were diagrams of a human circulatory system, with the boiler room labeled as the asterisk heart of the contract asterisk. I followed the violet line on the vellum. It led me past rows of lockers that groaned and buckled as I passed, their metal doors popping open to reveal nothing but nests of that same white, fibrous root. The roots were moving, twitching in a slow, peristaltic rhythm, pumping something dark and viscous through the foundations of the building. I reached the boiler room door. It was made of heavy steel, and it was vibrating. From behind it came a sound that shouldn't exist in a basement, the sound of a rushing river. I threw the door open. The boiler room was gone. In its place was a vast, subterranean cavern. A river of that silver-black sludge from the reservoir was roaring through a canyon of jagged, obsidian rock, and spanning the canyon was a bridge. It wasn't the timber bridge I had burned. This one was made of something worse. It was made of asterisk words. Thousands, perhaps millions, of letters and sentences were suspended in the air, glowing with a faint, sickly luminescence. They were woven together like a wicker basket, forming a swaying, translucent span. I recognized the handwriting. Some of it was my grandfather S. Some was Sarah Vance's, and some of it, the freshest part of the span, was mine. The Blackwood had taken my reports, my maps, my attempts to define it, and used them as building blocks. I was literally constructing the very thing I was trying to contain. Standing in the center of the word bridge was a woman. She was tall, her hair a tangle of gray brambles, her dress made of the same vellum as my map. "Sarah," I breathed. She didn't look at me. She was busy weaving. Her fingers moved with impossible speed, plucking letters out of the air and tucking them into the gaps of the bridge. "You're late, Elias," she said. Her voice didn't echo. It was swallowed by the roar of the Silt River below. "The geography is drifting. The school is the new anchor. If we don't finish the span, the town will slide into the hollow." "This isn't an anchor, Sarah. It's a lure," I shouted, stepping onto the first few words of the bridge. The ground beneath my feet felt like wet paper. I looked down and saw my own name, Elias, repeated over and over, forming the structural support of the entrance. "You're building a way for the echoes to get out." "There is no out, boy," she snapped, finally looking at me. Her eyes were entirely white, no pupils, no irises, just two glowing marbles of pure, unadulterated sight. "There is only the agreement. The woods give us a place to stand, and we give the woods a story to tell. Without the bridge, the story ends. And when the story ends, the world unexists." She held out a hand. "Give me the leather map. I need the hide. It's the only thing strong enough to hold the center." I reached into my pocket, but I didn't pull out the map. I pulled out the copper wire. "My grandfather told me that the mapmaker isn't just a witness," I said, my voice rising above the roar of the silver sludge. "He said the mapmaker is the asterisk editor." I dropped to my knees and began to wrap the copper wire around the words at the base of the bridge. Copper, the great conductor, the element that could ground a lightning strike or carry a voice across a continent. In the language of the Blackwood, copper was the great full stop. As the wire touched the glowing letters, they began to hiss. The bridge buckled. "What are you doing?" Sarah screamed, her form beginning to flicker and stretch. "You'll undo the history. You'll erase the town." "No," I said, my hand burning with a white-hot intensity that made the skin crack and peel. "I'm just changing the genre." I took the compass and plunged it into the center of the copper coil. I didn't use my blood this time. I used my asterisk intent. I visualized the school as it was supposed to be, empty, silent, a relic of the past, not a gateway to the underneath. I visualized the bridge not as a span, but as a fence. The copper wire glowed red-hot. The letters of the bridge began to scramble, the words losing their meaning, turning back into raw, incoherent symbols. The silver-black river below started to churn, the sludge rising up in angry, reaching tendrils. Sarah Vance lunged at me, her hands like claws. But as she moved, her own vellum dress began to unravel. The words that made her up, the memories of the town, the legends of the mapmaker, were being pulled into the copper ground. You're making it a wall," she whispered, her voice fading into a hiss of static. "The agreement of 1924 is over, Sarah," I said, the light from my hand now so bright it filled the entire cavern. "We're moving to a new contract, one where the woods stay in the woods." The bridge didn't collapse, it imploded. The letters rushed toward the copper coil, sucked into the ground by the force of the grounding. The cavern shivered, the obsidian walls cracking and falling into the river. I felt a sensation of falling, of being squeezed through a needle's eye, and then silence. I was lying on the concrete floor of the school's boiler room. The flashlight was rolling away from me, its beam hitting a pile of ordinary, mundane coal. The silver-black river was gone. The word bridge was gone. I sat up, gasping for air. My hand was a mess of charred skin and white, glowing lines, but the pain was distant, as if it belonged to someone else. I looked at the floor. The copper wire was still there, fused into the concrete in the shape of a perfect, unbreaking circle. The vellum map in my pocket was different now. It was no longer a map of Oakhaven. It was a mirror. When I looked at it, I didn't see roads or trees. I saw the reflections of the things I had just done. I saw the wall I had built. I climbed out of the basement and walked out of the school. The veins of regret were gone. The trees were just trees, oaks, maples, pines standing still in the morning mist. The air was clear. The smell of lilies had vanished, replaced by the scent of damp earth and coming winter. But as I reached my Jeep, I saw something on the windshield. It was a small, hand-drawn map. It wasn't on vellum or paper. It was etched into the glass itself. It showed my house, my road, and the woods behind it. And in the center of my property, there was a new symbol I hadn't seen before. A keyhole. I drove home in a trance. The town of Oakhaven was waking up. I saw the baker opening his shop, the mail carrier starting her route. They looked solid. They looked real. They had no idea that their entire reality had almost been rewritten by a grammar error in a basement. When I got back to the house, I went straight to the cellar. The white roots were gone. The dirt wall was just dirt, but the box of journals was still there. I opened the last journal, the one I had started. The entry about the reservoir was gone. In its place, in a handwriting that was no longer mine but a composite of everyone who had ever held the compass, were 4 words. The lock is set. I sat on the floor and looked at my hand. The white ring around my iris was wider now. My skin felt like parchment. I realized then that Sarah Vance hadn't been trying to stop me. She had been testing me. The Blackwood didn't want a builder. It wanted a jailer. And I had just locked myself in with it. The phone rang upstairs. I didn't move. I knew it wasn't the girl with the camera or a neighbor asking for paint. I knew who it was. I walked up the stairs, my joints creaking like old timber. I picked up the black Bakelite receiver. Elias, the voice said. It was Miller, but it wasn't the echo of Miller. It was the man himself or whatever was left of him in the place between the layers. The wall is good. The wall is strong, but you forgot one thing. What? I asked, my voice sounding like wind through dry leaves. A wall has 2 sides, Elias, and you're standing on the wrong one. The line went dead. I looked out the kitchen window. The world outside was beautiful. The sun was shining. But as I watched, a bird flew toward the tree line. It didn't disappear into the woods. It hit something invisible in the air, a shimmer, a ripple, and bounced back, falling to the ground. I walked to the front door and tried to open it. It wouldn't budge. Not because it was locked, but because there was no outside anymore. When I looked through the screen, I didn't see my driveway. I saw the vellum map stretched out across the horizon, the lines of Oakhaven glowing with a cold, golden light. I had built the wall, all right. I had anchored the town. I had saved the people. But I had forgotten to leave myself a door. I went back to the desk and picked up the pen. My hand was shaking, the white lines in my skin glowing brighter with every passing second. I wasn't the map maker anymore. I was the map. I turned to a new page in the ledger. October 15th, I wrote, "The town of Oakhaven is safe. The borders are fixed. The geography is static. I am the only thing left that is tentative." I looked at the mirror on the wall. My reflection was beginning to blur, the edges of my form softening into watercolor strokes. I was becoming a legend. I was becoming a ghost who still paid property taxes. I sat there waiting for the sun to go down, because I knew that tonight the bridge wouldn't appear. Tonight, the ravine would be empty, and for the first time in 100 years, the mapmaker would finally be able to sleep. But as the shadows lengthened, I heard a new sound. Not a thump, not a scratch. It was the sound of someone knocking on the vellum. From the other asterisk side. The tapping was rhythmic, delicate, and maddeningly persistent. It didn't sound like a knuckle against wood. It sounded like a fingernail clicking against a taut drumhead. It was coming from the air itself, about 5 feet off the kitchen floor, right where the transition between my reality and the map began. I stood frozen, the heavy Bakelite receiver still clutched in my hand, the dial tone a distant, buzzing hornet in my ear. I didn't want to look. Every instinct I had inherited from my grandfather, every warning etched into the margins of his ledgers, told me that to acknowledge the boundary was to invite it to breach. But the light was changing. The golden autumn sun that had been streaming through the window a moment ago was curdling, turning a bruised, static-heavy purple. The shadows of the kitchen chairs were stretching out, not away from the window, but toward the center of the room, as if something in the kitchen was heavier than the sun. I dropped the phone. It clattered against the floorboards, the cord snaking like a dead vine. I forced my feet to move, stepping toward the sound. The air shivered. It was like looking through a heat haze on a highway, a distortion that made the stove and the refrigerator look like they were melting. And there, suspended in the shimmer, was a hand. It wasn't Sarah's gnarled, vellum-wrapped claw, nor was it the blurred watercolor limb of the boy in the raincoat. It was a human hand, pale, scarred across the knuckles, and holding a silver fountain pen. The pen was moving. It wasn't knocking anymore. It was writing. It was scratching symbols directly onto the transparency of the air, carving white, glowing grooves into the fabric of my kitchen. "Who's there?" I whispered. My voice felt thin like a reed. The writing stopped. The hand tilted, the pen poised like a weapon. Then, with a sudden, violent jerk, the hand thrust forward, breaking through the shimmer. A cold wind, smelling of ozone and ancient, rotting paper, blasted into the room, knocking the spice jars off the counter. Cinnamon and cloves shattered on the floor, their scents mixing with the metallic tang of the breach. A face pushed through the ripple. It wasn't a monster. It was a man, perhaps in his late 30s, with hair the color of wood ash and eyes that looked like they had seen the beginning and the end of 1,000 different stories. He looked exhausted. He looked like me. "Help me pull," he gasped. His voice was a layered chord, 100 echoes of the same word vibrating at once. "The ink is drying. If it sets while I'm halfway, the seam will snap." I didn't think. I reached out and grabbed his forearm. His skin felt like cold marble, but underneath I could feel a pulse, a frantic, galloping rhythm that matched the thrumming in my own scarred palm. I planted my feet against the linoleum and pulled. The air resisted. It felt like trying to haul a body out of deep, thick mud. The ripple in the kitchen groaned, a sound of tearing fabric that set my teeth on edge. The white ring in my iris flared with such intensity that the world turned monochrome. I roared with the effort, the copper wire in the basement seemingly humming in sympathy, grounding me to the house even as the house tried to dissolve. With a sound like a gunshot, the resistance gave way. The man tumbled forward, crashing into me, and we both slammed into the kitchen table. The shimmer snapped shut behind him, the air sealing with a pop that shattered the window over the sink. Silence rushed back in, heavy and suffocating. The stranger lay on the floor, gasping, his chest heaving under a coat that looked like it was woven from old topographical maps. He clutched the silver pen to his chest as if it were a holy relic. I scrambled back, my hand hovering near the jar of salt on the counter, though I knew instinctively that salt wouldn't stop whatever this was. "You're Elias," the man said, coughing. He sat up, wiping a smear of black ink from his forehead. "You're the one who built the wall." "Who are you?" I demanded. "How did you get through? I locked the borders. I grounded the contract." The man laughed, a dry, hacking sound. He stood up unsteadily, leaning against the table. "You grounded the asterisk town, Elias. You saved the people of Oakhaven. You gave them a nice, safe bubble where the trees stay green and the bridges stay put. But you didn't realize what you were doing to the rest of the map." He gestured to the shattered window. Outside, the golden light had vanished. It wasn't night exactly. It was a gray, featureless void. The trees were gone. The road was gone. There was only my house, sitting on a patch of dead grass, surrounded by an infinite expanse of nothingness. "You didn't build a wall around the woods," the stranger said, his eyes filled with a terrible pity. "You built a wall around yourself. You excised this house from the world. You're not in Oakhaven anymore, Elias. You're in the margin." The weight of his words hit me harder than the fall. I ran to the front door and flung it open. He was right. There was no driveway. There were no neighboring houses. My porch ended abruptly, dropping off into a sea of swirling gray mist that looked like unformed thoughts. Far, far off in the distance, I could see a tiny, glowing spark, a miniature version of Oakhaven flickering like a candle in a storm. It looked beautiful. It looked unreachable. "I'm Arthur," the man said, stepping out onto the porch behind me. "I was the map maker in 1952, or at least I was a version of him. There have been many of us, Elias. We all think we've found a way to win. My predecessor tried to burn the woods. Sarah tried to weave them. You tried to ground them. And the result is always the same. The map protects the territory by discarding the cartographer." "I can fix this," I said, my voice cracking. I looked at the silver ring in my palm. "I have the compass. I have the leather map. I can rewrite the boundary." Arthur shook his head. "The ink you used in the boiler room wasn't just ink, Elias. It was your life's blood, your intent, and the history of this house. You used it all up to build that wall. You're empty. Look at your hands." I looked. My fingers were translucent. I could see the wooden grain of the porch floor through my own skin. I wasn't just fading, I was being erased. "The margin is where the mistakes go," Arthur continued, walking to the edge of the porch and staring into the gray. "The discarded drafts, the towns that never were, the map makers who got too close. We're the footnotes, Elias. We keep the story running from the outside so the people in the light never have to know how thin the paper is." "I won't stay here," I said, the panic finally breaking through. "There has to be a way back. The keyhole, I saw a keyhole on the map on my windshield." Arthur's eyes sharpened. "A keyhole on the glass?" "Yes, in the center of the property. It was etched there." Arthur grabbed my shoulder, his grip surprisingly strong. "That wasn't a symbol of a lock, you fool. That was an invitation. The Blackwood doesn't want to keep you out. It wants to use you as a bridge that doesn't disappear at night because it's made of a living soul." He pulled me back inside the house, slamming the door against the encroaching mist. "If there's a keyhole, it means the contract isn't finished. It means there's a third party involved. Someone who isn't a map maker and isn't a ghost." Suddenly, the house shook. A deep, tectonic groan vibrated through the floorboards coming from the cellar. It was followed by a sound I recognized with a jolt of terror, the rhythmic, hollow thumping of the bridge thing. But it wasn't outside. It was underneath. "It's coming for the ledger," Arthur said, his face pale. "If it gets the book you started, the one with the fresh white pages, it can use your signature to bridge the gap between the margin and the town. It will turn the wall into a door." I didn't wait for him to finish. I bolted for the cellar stairs. My house, my sanctuary, was twisting. The hallway seemed to stretch, the walls tilting at impossible angles. The family photos on the wall were changing. The faces of my parents and grandparents were being replaced by the same blurred, watercolor features of the boy in the yellow raincoat. Their eyes were glowing silver. I reached the cellar door and threw it open. The stairs were gone. In their place was a spiral of floating ledger pages, descending into a pit of swirling ink. At the bottom, standing in the center of the fused copper circle, was the bridge thing. It was taller than it had been at the dam. Its body was a chaotic jumble of timber, rusted iron, and human bone, all held together by the same white, fibrous roots. But its head was a massive, open book. The pages were turning rapidly, caught in a wind that shouldn't exist. "Elias," the creature groaned. The voice didn't come from the book. It came from the copper wire itself. "The contract needs a seal." It reached out a hand made of splintered oak toward the desk where my new ledger sat. The book was glowing, the white pages pulsing with the same rhythm as the creature's heart. "No," I screamed. I leaped into the pit, not caring that there were no stairs. I didn't fall. The air in the cellar was thick, like water, and I drifted down toward the copper circle. Arthur was right behind me, his silver pen glowing like a torch. As I landed, the bridge thing turned. The pages of its head snapped shut, and I saw the title embossed on the leather, The Geography of Silence Asterisk. "You're not real," I told it, my voice echoing in the small space. "You're just a manifestation of the town's fear. You're a shadow cast by the map." The creature tilted its head. "I am the town, Elias. I am the wood that built the houses. I am the iron in the nails. I am the silence in the night. You cannot ground what is already the ground." It lunged. A massive timber arm swung toward me, but I rolled beneath it, the translucent state of my body making me faster, more fluid. I reached the desk and grabbed the ledger. The moment my skin touched the paper, a jolt of electricity surged through me. Images flashed before my eyes, my grandfather dying in this very room, his hand trembling as he wrote his final entry, Sarah Vance screaming as the silt took her, the first mapmaker, centuries ago, carving the first line into a piece of bark. I saw the truth then. The mapmaker wasn't a protector, he was a sacrifice. The woods didn't want to be contained, they wanted to be translated asterisk. They were a vast, incomprehensible consciousness that needed a human mind to act as a filter, to turn the chaos of the Blackwood into something structured, something that could exist in the world of men. The wall I had built wasn't a barrier, it was a blank canvas, and the bridge thing was the brush. "Elias, give it the pen," Arthur shouted, struggling to stay upright as the cellar walls began to dissolve into gray mist. "If you write the final word, you can define the terms. You can make the bridge a permanent piece." I looked at the creature. It had stopped attacking. It stood there, its timber limbs shivering, waiting. It needed me. It was a god without a voice, a force without a name. I looked at the silver pen in Arthur's hand. Then I looked at my own hand, the one with the white, glowing lines. "I don't need the pen," I said. I pressed my glowing palm onto the first blank page of the ledger. The white light from my skin flowed into the paper, turning the ink into gold. I didn't write words. I wrote asterisk feelings. I wrote the warmth of a kitchen in winter. I wrote the sound of a river that didn't want to swallow you. I wrote the memory of a town that was more than just a collection of secrets. The bridge thing let out a long, low whistle like wind through a hollow log. Its form began to change. The rusted iron fell away. The human bones sank into the ground. The timber softened, turning into smooth, polished cedar. The book had opened and the pages became leaves, green, vibrant, and full of life. The creature wasn't a monster anymore. It was a tree. A massive, golden-leaved oak that grew upward, its branches piercing through the ceiling of the cellar, through the floor of the kitchen, through the roof of the house, and up into the gray void of the margin. The roots of the tree wound around the copper circle, knitting the house back to the earth. "What are you doing?" Arthur whispered, watching as the gray mist outside began to recede, replaced by the familiar stars of the Oakhaven sky. "I'm not building a wall," I said, my body now almost entirely transparent. "And I'm not building a bridge. I'm building a root system." The house groaned as it was pulled back into reality. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my chest, and then a sense of profound lightness. The silver ring in my iris shattered, the shards dissolving into my blood. I fell to my knees, gasping for air. The cellar was just a cellar again. The copper wire was gone, replaced by the thick, gnarled trunk of the golden oak. The ledger lay on the floor, its pages filled with a shimmering, golden script that no human could ever read. Arthur was gone. Whether he had been pulled back to his own time or simply faded into the margin, I didn't know. I climbed the stairs, real wooden stairs, and walked out onto the porch. The sun was rising over Oak Haven. I could see the reservoir in the distance, its waters blue and calm. The silt of silence was gone. The veins of regret were just a road. I could hear the sound of a car engine in the distance and the bark of a dog. I looked at my hand. It was solid. The scars were gone. The white lines were gone. I was just Elias again. But as I turned to go back inside, I saw a movement in the trees at the edge of my property. A girl was standing there, holding a vintage camera. She looked at me, smiled, and raised the camera to her eye. Clicking. I didn't mind. For the first time in my life, I wasn't afraid of being seen. I went into the kitchen and made a pot of coffee. The smell of funeral lilies was a distant memory. The house felt warm, settled, and quiet. I sat at the desk and opened the ledger. The golden script was still there, but at the very bottom of the page, in my own plain handwriting, was a single sentence. The map is finished. The world is enough. I closed the book and put it on the shelf next to my grandfather's. I didn't need to write anymore. The trees were watching themselves. The bridge was gone, but the ground was firm. I took my coffee out to the porch and sat in the rocker. The golden oak in the center of my house rustled its leaves in the morning breeze, a sound like 1,000 voices whispering a single, peaceful word. I was Elias. I was the man who lived at the edge of the world, and for the first time, the world was exactly where it belonged. But then I looked down at the coffee table. There, resting on the wood, was a small yellow raincoat. It was damp, as if it had just been pulled from a river, and tucked into the pocket was a piece of vellum with a single line drawn in fresh, wet, black ink. The line didn't lead to the school, or the dam, or the woods. It led directly to my front door. And underneath the line, in a handwriting I didn't recognize, were the words, Part 7, The Inheritance of Salt. The yellow slicker didn't belong on my coffee table. It didn't belong in a world that had supposedly been mended, stitched back together by golden roots and the sacrifice of my own spectral fading. I stared at it, the steam from my coffee rising in a mocking, peaceful curl. The material of the coat was slick, unnaturally bright against the aged oak of the table, and it smelled, not of the ozone and rotting paper of the breach, but of something sharper, brine. Old stagnant seawater, salt. I reached out, my fingers trembling. The solidness of my hand, so recently recovered from the translucent hum of the margin, felt heavy and clumsy. When I touched the yellow plastic, it wasn't cold. It was warm, as if a body had just stepped out of it. I pulled the vellum scrap from the pocket. Part 7, The Inheritance of Salt. The ink was so wet it smeared against my thumb, staining the whorls of my print with a blackness that seemed to sink beneath the skin. I looked at the line on the map. It didn't just lead to my front door. It pierced through it, terminating in a heavy, jagged X right where I was standing. A wet thud sounded from the hallway. I froze. The house, which had felt settled and grounded only moments ago, suddenly felt porous again. The golden oak growing through the center of the structure, the tree I had thought was a seal of peace, shivered. Its leaves didn't rustle like wind, they clattered like teeth. Arthur, I called out, though I knew he was gone. Sarah. There was no answer, only the sound of something dragging. It was a heavy, saturated sound, the noise of a soaked carpet being pulled across floorboards. It was coming from the kitchen. I walked toward the doorway, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. The kitchen was bathed in the pristine morning light of Oak Haven, the kind of light that should have been a sanctuary. But the light was hitting a puddle on the linoleum. It wasn't water. It was a thick, white crystalline slush. Salt. Standing by the sink was the boy. He wasn't a watercolor blur anymore. He was terrifyingly distinct. He wore the twin to the yellow raincoat on my table, but his was tattered at the hem, dripping gray slush onto my floor. He wasn't looking at me. He was looking at the shattered window, his small, pale hand resting on the sill. "The root is deep," the boy said. His voice wasn't a layered chord like Arthur's. It was a rasp, the sound of sand grinding against stone. "But the soil is thirsty, Elias." "Who are you?" I asked, backing away until my spine hit the trunk of the golden oak. The bark felt hot, almost feverish. "I finished the map. I grounded the contract. The town is safe." The boy turned. His eyes weren't silver. They were gone. In their place were two perfectly round, white crusts of salt, bulging from his sockets like overgrown pearls. "You grounded the town in the woods," he whispered. "But you forgot what the woods are growing on. You forgot the bed of the ancient sea." He pointed to the golden oak. Where the trunk met the kitchen floor, the wood was turning white. A crystalline frost was climbing the bark, devouring the golden light, turning the vibrant living wood into something brittle and dead. The salt was eating the anchor. "The mapmaker in 1952 didn't just try to burn the woods," the boy continued, stepping toward me. "Each footprint he left was a caustic burn on the linoleum. Arthur told you half-truths. He was a cartographer of the surface. But there are those of us who map the depths. The inheritance isn't just the land, Elias. It's the salt that remains when the life is wrung out of it." I felt a sudden, agonizing sting in my palm. I looked down. The black ink smear from the vellum was spreading, turning into a series of jagged, crystalline veins. My skin was cracking, white salt weeping from the fissures. "The third party," I gasped, remembering Arthur's warning. "You aren't a ghost, you aren't a manifestation." "I am the debt," the boy said. He reached into his own pocket and pulled out a silver fountain pen, identical to Arthur's, but the nib was encrusted with white brine. "Arthur wrote with ink. You wrote with light, but the sea writes with erosion." He lunged, not with the weight of a child, but with the force of a collapsing cliff. I dodied, scrambling toward the cellar door, but the floor was slick with the white slush. I went down hard, my chin hitting the wood, the taste of salt filling my mouth instantly. It was bitter, ancient, and suffocating. The house groaned, a different sound than before. This wasn't the groan of the margin or the groan of the bridge thing. It was the sound of a ship breaking apart on the rocks. Through the gaps in the floorboards, I didn't see the cellar. I saw a vast, churning darkness of white foam and black water. The house wasn't in Oakhaven anymore. It wasn't in the margin. The golden oak was the only thing keeping us from sinking into the brine, and it was dying. "Stop it," I yelled, grabbing a heavy iron skillet from the rack and swinging it at the boy. It passed through him like he was made of mist, but where the iron touched the saltaire, it instantly rusted, the metal flaking away into orange dust. The boy stood over me, his salt eyes gleaming. "The contract has a third party, Elias, the land, the mapmaker, and the sea that wants it all back. You can't ground a house on a shore that's constantly receding." He raised the brine-encrusted pen. He wasn't going to kill me. He was going to write on me. He was going to turn my body into a map of the abyss. I rolled onto my back, my hand brushing against the trunk of the dying oak. The heat of the tree was fading, but there was still a spark left, a core of golden intent I had poured into it. I didn't reach for a weapon. I reached for the connection. "I am the root," I thought, closing my eyes, ignoring the sting of the salt in my veins. "I am the iron in the nails. I am the wood that built the houses." I didn't try to fight the salt. I tried to absorb it. If the boy was the erosion, I had to be the reef. I grabbed the boy's ankle. His skin was like wet sandpaper. The salt surged into me, a freezing tide that threatened to stop my heart. My vision went white. I felt my bones becoming brittle, my blood turning to brine. But I didn't let go. I channeled the salt through my body and into the golden oak. I became the bridge, not between the woods and the town, but between the decay and the growth. The tree shrieked. The golden leaves turned silver, then white, then crystallized into jagged glass. The trunk hardened, the salt reinforcing the wood instead of devouring it. We were transforming, the house, the tree, and me, into a monument of salt and gold. The boy let out a frustrated hiss, his form flickering. "You're wasting yourself. I'm finishing the map, I wheezed, my voice cracking like breaking stone. The pressure was immense. I felt my consciousness splintering, drifting into the dark water beneath the floorboards. I saw the ancient sea the boy spoke of, a world of silence and pressure where the memories of everything Oakhaven had ever lost were stored in crystalline structures. I saw the faces of every mapmaker, preserved in salt, their eyes wide and white. And then I saw the keyhole again. It wasn't on the map, it wasn't on the windshield, it was in the boy. Right in the center of his chest, beneath the yellow plastic of his coat, was a dark, circular void. It was the drain, the point where the world leaked into the sea. I didn't have a key. I had the silver pen Arthur had dropped in the cellar. I felt for it with my mind, reaching through the floorboards, through the roots of the tree. I found it, buried in the silt of the basement. With a final, desperate surge of will, I called the pen to me. It didn't fly through the air. It moved through the salt, traveling up the trunk of the tree like a needle through fabric. It burst from the bark into my hand. I didn't write. I didn't draw. I thrust the silver nib directly into the void in the boy's chest. The effect was instantaneous. The vacuum of the void began to suck the salt back in. The slush on the floor, the crystals on the tree, the brine in my veins, it all began to spiral toward the pen, disappearing into the tiny silver point. The boy screamed, a sound like a gale-force wind. His yellow coat billowed, then began to collapse as his very essence was drawn into the nib. "The inheritance," he cried. "You cannot refuse the salt." "I'm not refusing it," I said, watching as his face began to blur back into a watercolor smudge. "I'm archiving it." The silver pen turned black, then a deep bruised purple, then a blinding crystalline white. With a final pop, the boy vanished. The void snapped shut and the pen fell to the floor, heavy and cold. The house slammed back into Oakhaven. The morning sun returned, but it was different now. It was sharper, harder. The golden oak was no longer golden. It was a tree of white stone, its leaves translucent and sharp as razors. It was beautiful and dead, a permanent anchor of salt and spirit in the center of my kitchen. I lay on the floor for a long time, breathing in the scent of the morning air. My skin was scarred with white lines, like the tracks of tears that would never wash away. I was solid, but I felt heavy, as if I were made of marble. I stood up slowly, my joints creaking. The yellow raincoat on the coffee table was gone. The vellum scrap was gone. I walked to the white stone tree and touched its bark. It was cold. It wasn't a living thing anymore, but it was a barrier. The salt had been contained. The abyss was sealed. I picked up the silver pen. It was no longer a tool for writing. It was a weight, a heavy, silent thing that felt like it contained the pressure of an entire ocean. I knew I could never use it again. If I did, the sea would come back. I walked to the window. Oakhaven looked the same, but I knew it wasn't. The people in the town would go about their lives, never knowing that their world was now anchored by a pillar of salt in a house at the edge of the woods. They wouldn't know that the ground beneath them was a thin crust over an ancient, hungry sea. But someone knew. At the edge of the property, the girl with the camera was still there. She wasn't taking a picture this time. She was looking at the house, her expression solemn. She raised a hand, not in a wave, but in a sign, 3 fingers pressed against her lips. The sign of the silent map. I realized then that Arthur was wrong. The mapmaker wasn't a sacrifice, and he wasn't a filter. The mapmaker was a jailer. And I had just locked the biggest door of all. I went to the shelf and took down the ledger. There was one more entry to make, but I didn't use the silver pen. I used a piece of charcoal from the fireplace. The salt is the memory of the water. The wood is the memory of the light. I am the memory of the bridge. I closed the book. The house was quiet. The white tree stood silent in the kitchen, a monument to a war that no one would ever remember. I sat in my rocker and watched the sun climb higher. My hands were stained with black ink and white salt, and for the first time I didn't try to wash them. They were the tools of my trade. The bridge that disappears at night was gone. In its place was something much older and much more permanent. I looked down at the coffee table one last time. There was no raincoat, no vellum, but there, etched into the wood by a drop of brine that must have fallen from the boy, was a new symbol. It was a key, but the handle of the key was shaped like a wave. I sighed, the sound echoing through the stone leaves of the tree. The inheritance wasn't over. It was just changing shape. I reached for my coffee, but it was cold, and when I took a sip, it tasted of salt. I didn't spit it out, I swallowed it. It was mine now, all of it. The woods, the town, the sea, and the silence. I was Elia's, and the map was finally, truly beginning to draw itself. The salt did not recede from my veins as quickly as the boy had vanished. It lingered, a granular ache in my joints that made every movement sound like grinding stones. I sat in the rocker for hours, watching the sun track a slow, indifferent arc across the Oakhaven sky. The white stone tree in my kitchen cast a long, jagged shadow that didn't flicker with the wind. It was a dead dial, marking a time that no longer belonged to the sun. I thought about the girl with the camera. She hadn't moved for a long time, a static sentinel at the tree line, but when the shadows finally touched the porch steps, she began to walk toward the house. She didn't have the translucent shimmer of a ghost or the heavy, brine-soaked gravity of the boy in the raincoat. She walked with the light, rhythmic step of someone who belonged to the dirt and the grass. She stopped at the foot of the stairs. Her vintage camera, a heavy, silver-bodied Leica, swung from a leather strap around her neck. She looked younger up close, perhaps 19, with hair the color of damp hay and eyes that seemed to hold the reflected blue of the reservoir. "It's heavier now, isn't it?" she asked. Her voice was clear, lacking the static of the margin. "The house, it's sitting deeper in the shelf." I gripped the arms of the rocker, my stony fingers leaving white, chalky indentations in the wood. "Who are you? Another cartographer sent to tell me I've missed a line." She smiled, but there was no mirth in it. It was the smile of a doctor delivering a difficult diagnosis. "My name is Claire. My grandfather was the one who tried to burn the woods in '52. He wasn't trying to destroy the map, Elias. He was trying to cauterize the wound. He knew about the salt. He knew that if you build a bridge over a void, eventually the void starts climbing the pilings." She climbed the steps and sat on the top rail of the porch, looking out at the town. Oakhaven looked peaceful, a postcard of Americana nestled in the valley, but from this height, I could see the subtle distortions. The roads didn't quite meet at right angles. The trees at the edge of the reservoir leaned away from the water as if recoiling from a whisper. "Arthur told me I was the anchor," I said, my voice rasping. "He said the golden oak would ground the town." "Arthur was a romantic," Claire said, touching the lens of her camera. "He believed in the beauty of the connection. He thought the margin was a hallway. He never realized it was a leak. You can't ground a town in a place that's dissolving, Elias. You can only freeze it." She pointed toward the kitchen, where the white stone branches of the transformed tree were visible through the screen door. "You turned the life into a reef. It's a brilliant piece of desperate architecture, but a reef only works as long as the tide stays out." "The boy is gone," I said. "I trapped the dead in the pen." "For now." She stood up and walked to the door, peering into the house. She didn't ask for permission to enter. In Oakhaven, the boundaries of private property had always been porous for those who could see the seams. She walked straight to the kitchen and laid a hand on the salt tree. She didn't flinch at the cold. "He'll be back, not as a boy maybe. The salt tide takes many forms. Sometimes it's a drought, sometimes it's a census. Sometimes it's just the way a mother forgets her son's name." She turned back to me, her expression hardening. "I didn't come here to warn you, Elias. I came to show you what you've actually done. You think you've saved Oakhaven, but look at the reservoir." I stood up, my knees popping like dry kindling, and followed her gaze. The blue water of the reservoir was changing. It wasn't turning gray or black. It was turning a brilliant, terrifying white. From the center of the lake, a ring of salt was expanding, a crystalline iris that mirrored the shattered ring I had once carried in my own eye. "The pressure you diverted from the house had to go somewhere," Claire whispered. "You plugged the leak in your cellar, so the sea found a larger vent. The inheritance of salt isn't a bill for the house, Elias. It's a bill for the existence of the town itself. Every year Oakhaven stayed on the map when it should have slid into the margin. The debt grew. You just tried to pay $1 billion debt with a single gold coin." I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead, but it wasn't water. It felt gritty. How do I stop it? If the tree isn't enough, what is? Claire raised her camera. "You have to stop mapping what is and start mapping what was promised. My grandfather didn't just have a box of matches. He had a second ledger, one that Arthur never found because Arthur was too busy looking for the bridge." She snapped a photo of the white tree. The flash was blindingly bright, and for a second the kitchen vanished, replaced by a searing negative image of a world made entirely of lines. "The bridge that disappears at night was a distraction," she said, winding the film. "It was a lure. It kept the mapmakers focused on the crossing while the foundations were being eaten away. The real map, the one that matters, isn't in a book. It's in the silt." She reached into her bag and pulled out a small glass vial. Inside was a swirling gray dust. "This is the silt of silence you thought you cleared. It's not a curse, Elias. It's the original ink of this place. If you want to save the town, you have to go to the dam. You have to go to the place where the water is heaviest." "I'm not leaving the house," I said, a sudden primal fear gripping me. "If I leave, the anchor breaks. I felt it when I touched the tree. I'm part of the masonry now." "Then you'll watch the town turn into a pillar of salt from your porch," Claire said, her voice dropping to a low, rhythmic hum. "The reservoir is the heart of the map. The dam is the seal. If that salt ring reaches the shore, the veins of regret will become literal. The roads will crack and the people will simply crystallize. They'll be beautiful white statues of themselves, frozen in the middle of breakfast or a walk to the mailbox." I looked at my hands. The white lines were spreading, mapping the anatomy of my own decay. I looked at the ledger on the shelf, the one with the golden script that was now being overwritten by the creeping frost of the salt tree. The map was finished. I had written. I was a liar or a fool. "The world is enough," I whispered, repeating my own words. "The world is never enough for the sea," Claire replied. She walked toward the front door, stopping at the threshold. "I'm going to the dam. I have the film and I have the silt, but I don't have the silver pen. And I don't have the blood of the mapmaker. You can stay here and be a very solid, very permanent part of a dead house. Or you can come with me and finish the work my grandfather started before he lost his mind." She didn't wait for an answer. She walked down the steps and started across the lawn toward the woods. I looked at the white stone tree. It pulsed once, a low, subterranean thrum that vibrated through the soles of my feet. The house groaned, not in a way that suggested the margin, but in a way that suggested a collapse. A shelf of salt was breaking beneath us. I reached out and grabbed the silver pen from the floor. It was so cold it burned, but I tucked it into my pocket. I took the ledger, the one with the golden script and the charcoal lies, and tucked it under my arm. As I stepped off the porch, the sensation was like jumping from a moving train. The connection to the house snapped with a violent, psychic jolt. I fell to the grass, gasping as the weight of the world rushed back into me. For a moment, I was transparent again, a flicker of a man caught between the sun and the salt. But then I felt the pen in my pocket. It acted as a counterweight, its stolen darkness anchoring me to the physical plane. I stood up and ran. I ran past the edge of the property, past the trees that were already beginning to shed white, brittle leaves. I followed the girl with the camera, moving toward the sound of the water. The reservoir wasn't blue anymore. As we neared the ridge overlooking the valley, the scale of the disaster became clear. The water was a churning, milky white, thick and viscous. It looked like a giant bowl of lye. At the center, where the intake towers of the dam stood like lonely chess pieces, the salt was mounding up, forming a jagged, crystalline mountain that grew higher with every second. "The pressure is building," Claire said, not looking back as I caught up to her. "The dam wasn't built for this density. The concrete will shatter." "And if it shatters?" I asked, my lungs burning with the sharp, saline air. "Then the salt tide flows down into Oakhaven. It won't be a flood of water, it will be a flood of stasis. Everything it touches will stop. Forever." We reached the edge of the dam. The massive concrete wall was weeping. Not water, but a thick white crust that grew in cauliflower-like blooms across the gray surface. The sound was incredible, a low, grinding roar, like 1,000 glaciers colliding. Claire stopped at the center of the walkway, directly above the spillway. She took the vial of silt and held it over the churning white abyss. "The mapmaker in 52 thought he could burn the woods to stop the bridge," she said, looking at me. "But the bridge wasn't the problem. The bridge was the only thing that was venting the salt. When he burned the woods, he sealed the vent. He turned the town into a pressure cooker." "And Arthur," I asked, "what was he doing all those years?" "He was trying to build a new vent, the Golden Tree. But you can't vent salt into a forest, Elias. Salt kills forests." She handed me the vial. "You have the pen, you have the silt, and you have the blood. You have to draw the map of the receding tide, not on paper, not on the floor." She pointed to the massive, weeping face of the dam. "You have to draw it on the barrier." I looked down at the sheer drop, at the churning white death below. The salt mountain was almost level with the top of the dam now. The air was so thick with crystals I could feel them coating my eyelashes, stinging my eyes. "I don't know the lines," I shouted over the roar of the salt. "The golden script in the ledger, I can't read it." "Don't read it," Claire yelled back, raising her camera to her eye. "Feel the debt. Feel the weight of every year this town stole from the sea. The map isn't a geography, Elias. It's an invoice." I pulled the silver pen from my pocket. It was vibrating so hard it made my hand go numb. I uncapped it, and the black, purple, and white ink began to bleed out, defying gravity, swirling in the air like a nest of angry vipers. I stepped onto the edge of the concrete. The wind tried to push me back, a gale of brine that tasted of ancient, forgotten things. I looked at the ledger in my hand. The golden script was fading, being replaced by a dark, heavy ink that matched the flow from the pen. I didn't think, I didn't plan, I jumped. I didn't fall into the water. The air was so thick with salt and intent that I drifted, suspended by the sheer pressure of the encroaching sea. I slammed against the face of the dam, my fingers catching on the crystalline blooms. With the silver pen, I began to write. I didn't draw roads. I didn't draw trees. I drew the names of the people in Oakhaven. I drew the shape of the reservoir before the dam was built. I drew the outlines of the fossils buried miles beneath the valley floor. I drew the history of the water that had been displaced to make room for the town. The ink from the pen was like a blowtorch. Where it touched the salt crust, the crystals dissolved, turning back into clear, harmless water. I moved across the face of the dam like a spider, my movements dictated by a rhythm I didn't understand. Clicking. The flash of Claire's camera hit me from above, and for a split second I saw the lines I needed to follow. They weren't on the dam, they were in the air, a complex, three-dimensional lattice of light and shadow. I followed the light. I traced the geometry of the void. The salt mountain began to groan. The mountain wasn't just salt. It was a physical manifestation of the town's refusal to change, its refusal to die. By mapping the debt, I was acknowledging the end. I was telling the sea that we knew we were borrowed. The pressure began to drop. The milky white water started to swirl, a massive whirlpool forming at the center of the reservoir. The salt didn't disappear. It was being drawn back down, Sucked through the intake valves, I was frantically remapping with the silver pen. My arm ached. My vision was blurring. The salt in my veins was screaming, trying to pull me into the vortex. Elias, the seal. Claire's voice was a faint needle of sound in the roar. I reached the center of the dam, the point where the stress was highest. There was a crack there, a jagged line that went deep into the heart of the concrete. From the crack, a pure white light was leaking, the raw essence of the salt tide. I didn't have enough ink. The silver pen was running dry, the black and purple swirls fading into a dull gray. I looked at my own hand. The white lines of the salt scars were glowing. I didn't need ink. I had the inheritance. I pressed my palm against the crack. The pain was beyond anything I had ever felt. It wasn't the heat of fire or the bite of cold. It was the sensation of being erased. The salt in my body rushed toward the crack, drawn by the vacuum of the sea. I felt my skin, my muscle, my very bones being pulled through the fissure. I wasn't building a bridge. I wasn't building a root system. I was becoming the plug. The map is finished, I gasped, my voice lost in the thunder of the water. The whirlpool reached its peak. With a sound like a world-ending inhalation, the salt mountain collapsed. The white water was sucked down into the depths, vanishing into the ancient aquifers beneath the valley. The pressure on the dam vanished. The roar died down to a trickle. I hung there, pinned against the concrete by nothing but the fading echoes of the map. My hand was fused to the dam, a knot of white stone and silver ink. The reservoir was empty, not of water but of the tide. The blue was returning, a pale, washed-out color like a bruise that was finally starting to heal. I looked up. Claire was standing on the walkway, her camera lowered. She wasn't smiling, she looked tired, older. "Did we win?" I asked, my voice a hollow whisper. "There is no winning, Elias," she said, her voice echoing in the new silence of the valley. "There is only the maintenance of the barrier. You've sealed the inheritance for your generation, but the salt never goes away. It just waits for the next mapmaker to get tired." She turned and began to walk away, her figure silhouetted against the rising moon. I looked at my hand. It was no longer flesh. It was a part of the dam, a beautiful, terrifying graft of man and masonry. I tried to pull away, but I was anchored. I looked down into the empty reservoir. At the very bottom, in the mud and the silt, I saw something yellow. A raincoat, small, tattered. It wasn't moving. It was just a piece of plastic in the dark. I leaned my head against the cold concrete. The house in the woods was empty. The white tree was silent. The town of Oakhaven was asleep, its people dreaming of ordinary things, never knowing that their lives were now held in place by a man turned to stone on the face of a dam. I closed my eyes. I could hear the water beginning to rise again, the slow, natural filling of the reservoir. It sounded like music. It sounded like a heartbeat. "I am Elias. I am the mapmaker." And for the first time, I finally understood what Arthur had meant. The world wasn't enough. It was just the only thing we had to hold on to. As the first inch of water touched my boots, I felt a strange sense of peace. The bridge was gone. The roots were stone. But the map, the real map, was finally, truly etched in a place where it could never be erased. Until the tide came back. The water did not rise with the violence of the salt tide. It rose with the patient, indifferent gravity of nature. It pooled around my boots, a cold reminder of the physical world reclaiming its basin. My hand, fused into the concrete and crystalline lattice of the dam's fissure, felt no cold. It felt nothing at all, a dead limb of a living structure. I was an architectural detail now, a grotesque gargoyle meant to ward off a sea that didn't believe in stone. Above, the moon climbed higher, casting a silver sheen over the emptying valley. The silence was absolute, the kind of silence that follows a scream. I looked toward the town of Oakhaven, tucked away in its cradle of hills. The lights were still flickering there, warm, amber pinpricks of electricity. People were turning over in their sleep, perhaps dreaming of a sudden chill that had passed, or a grinding sound in the earth they would dismiss as a minor tremor by morning. They didn't know they had been seconds away from becoming monuments of salt. They didn't know their mapmaker was currently a structural support. Elias. The voice didn't come from the walkway above. It came from the shadows of the dam's face, vibrating through the very concrete I was bonded to. I turned my head as far as the calcification of my neck would allow. Standing on a narrow maintenance ledge 10 feet away was the boy. He wasn't the shimmering, terrifying entity that had haunted my kitchen. He looked smaller, his yellow raincoat tattered and stained with the gray silt of the margin. His face was no longer a void of white light. It was just a face, pale, freckled, and exhausted. He looked like a child who had been lost in the woods for a very long time and had finally found a fence line. "You closed it," he said. His voice wasn't a roar anymore. It was thin, like wind through a cracked window. "I had to," I rasped. My voice felt like grinding pebbles. "You were taking everything." The boy looked down at the rising water, then back at me. "I wasn't taking it. I was just coming home. Everything in the margin wants to come home, Elias. The salt is just the memory of the sea trying to find its way back into the cup." He walked along the ledge, his movements jerky and uncertain. He stopped just out of reach of my free hand. "Arthur promised me a bridge. He said if I stayed in the lines, I'd never have to go back to the gray. But the lines kept moving. He kept redrawing them." "Arthur was trying to save a town that didn't want to be saved," I said. "He was a cartographer of lies. He thought he could bargain with the debt." The boy sat on the ledge, swinging his legs over the abyss. "Claire's grandfather was right, you know. You should have let it burn. If you burn the map, the debt disappears because there's nothing left to owe. But you're like Arthur. You love the lines too much." I looked at my hand, the silver ink now a dull, metallic scar across the weeping concrete. "I don't love them. I'm trapped by them." "For now," the boy whispered. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a smooth, white stone, a piece of the salt tree from my house. He tossed it into the rising water. "The tide always comes back. You plugged the leak, but you didn't change the pressure. You're just holding your breath, Elias. How long can a stone man hold his breath?" He stood up, and for a moment the moonlight caught his eyes. They weren't human. They were swirling vortices of gray silt, the same substance Claire had carried in her vial. "I'll be waiting at the bottom. When the concrete finally cracks, and it will, I'll be the first thing that swims through." He stepped off the ledge. There was no splash. He simply dissolved into the shadow of the dam, a smudge of yellow that vanished before it hit the surface of the water. I stayed there for hours, a sentinel of the spillway. The water rose to my waist, then my chest. It was agonizingly slow. The pressure of the lake began to push against the dam, and I felt every pound of it. I was no longer a man observing a structure. I was the sensor, the nerve ending of the barrier. I could feel a hairline fracture forming 300 feet to my left. I could feel the erosion of the silt at the base of the intake towers. I could feel the weight of Oakhaven's history pressing against the concrete. 1,billion tons of unacknowledged grief and borrowed time. As the sun began to bleed over the eastern ridge, turning the reservoir into a sheet of hammered gold, the physical tether snapped. It wasn't a gradual release. It was a violent rejection. The dam, having absorbed what it needed of my essence to seal the breach, spat me back out. My hand tore free with a sickening sound of stone shearing from stone. I plummeted into the water, the cold shock of the lake finally reaching my nerves. I surfaced gasping, my lungs burning with the sudden influx of oxygen that wasn't laced with salt. I swam toward the shore, my movements heavy and uncoordinated. My left hand, the one that had been fused to the dam, was white as bone, the skin transformed into a hard, porcelain-like substance. I couldn't feel my fingers, but when I struck them against a rock at the shoreline, they rang with a clear, metallic chime. I dragged myself onto the gravel, shivering uncontrollably. The silver pen was gone, lost to the depths or consumed by the seal. The ledger was a sodden mass of pulp in my pocket. The golden ink bled out into the reservoir. I was no longer the map maker. I was the map. I walked back toward the town, avoiding the main roads. I felt like a ghost returning to a haunt that had forgotten it. Oakhaven was waking up. I saw a milk truck making its rounds, the rattle of glass bottles a mundane, beautiful sound. I saw a woman in a bathrobe picking up a newspaper, yawning into the crisp morning air. They looked so fragile. I reached the house in the woods as the shadows were beginning to shorten. The porch was still there, the rocker still tilted at its lonely angle, but the air around the house had changed. The suffocating weight of the margin had lifted, replaced by a hollow, echoing stillness. I entered the kitchen. The white stone tree was still there, but it had lost its luster. It looked like a piece of dead coral washed up on a beach. The branches didn't pulse, the salt didn't hum. It was just a monument to a crisis that had been averted or perhaps just postponed. Claire was sitting at my kitchen table. She had a new roll of film in her hand, threading it into her camera with practiced ease. "You're late for breakfast," she said, not looking up. "I was busy being a dam," I said, leaning against the doorframe. My legs felt like they were made of lead. She looked at me then, her eyes scanning my white, stony hand and the hollowed-out expression on my face. "You look like you've seen the bottom of the ledger." "The boy was there," I said. "At the dam. He said the tide always comes back." "He's not wrong, but we bought time. In Oakhaven, time is the only currency that matters." She stood up and slung her camera bag over her shoulder. "My grandfather thought he could end it with fire. Arthur thought he could end it with a bridge. You ended it with a signature, but the debt is still on the books, Elias. You just moved it to a different account." "Where are you going?" I asked as she walked toward the door. "To the next town. Oakhaven isn't the only place where the map is fraying. The margin is a long coastline and there are a lot of people trying to build piers over the dark." She stopped at the threshold and looked back at the salt tree. "Don't try to cut it down. It's part of the foundation now. If you remove the tree, the house falls. If the house falls, the anchor slips." "I'm not leaving," I said. "I can't. I'm part of the masonry now, remember." She gave me a look that was almost pitying. "Nobody is ever truly part of the masonry, Elias. We're just the mortar, and mortar eventually turns to dust." She walked out into the morning light and vanished into the trees. I didn't follow her. I didn't have the strength. I went to the cellar. The space where the golden oak had stood was now a crater of dry, white earth. The smell of ozone and ancient salt was gone, replaced by the damp, earthy scent of a normal basement. I sat on the bottom step and looked at the walls. The cracks were still there. They always would be. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the ruined ledger. I peeled back the wet, translucent pages. The ink was gone, but the indentations of the pen remained, ghostly tracks of the lines I had drawn. I could see the names I had etched into the dam, the mothers, the sons, the shopkeepers, the dead. I realized then that the map wasn't about the geography of the town. It was about the weight of the people living in it. Every soul in Oakhaven was a stone in the wall, and I was the one who had to keep the count. I found a piece of charcoal in the corner, a remnant of Arthur's old drafting supplies. I opened the ledger to a fresh, damp page. My hand, the white, stony one, moved with a mind of its own. It didn't tremble, it didn't hesitate. It began to draw. I didn't draw the bridge that disappears at night. I didn't draw the veins of regret or the silt of silence. I drew a map of the reservoir. I drew the dam. And I drew a tiny, microscopic figure clinging to the face of the concrete, a single point of resistance against an infinite sea. I wrote a single sentence at the bottom of the page. "The debt is acknowledged." As I wrote the words, I felt a faint, distant thrum. It wasn't the roar of the salt tide. It was the sound of the water in the reservoir pressing against the seal I had made. It was a steady, rhythmic beat, the heartbeat of a town that was still on the map. I climbed the stairs and went out onto the porch. The sun was high now, and the woods were full of the sounds of birds and the rustle of leaves. For a moment, it looked like any other day in any other town. But then I looked at the horizon. The sky wasn't just blue. If you looked closely, if you squinted against the glare, you could see the faint, shimmering lines of a grid. You could see the places where the blue didn't quite meet the green, where the light refracted in ways that suggested a layer beneath the reality. The map was still there. It was always there. We were just living in the spaces between the ink. I sat in the rocker and picked up a whittling knife and a piece of wood. I began to carve, my stony fingers moving with a precision that was no longer human. I didn't know what I was making, but I knew I had to keep my hands busy. The salt tide would come back. The boy in the yellow raincoat would return to claim the interest on the debt. The dam would eventually crumble, and the silver ink would fade. But until then, I would sit on the porch. I would watch the woods. I would keep the ledger. I am Elias. I am the anchor. And in the town of Oakhaven, where the bridges disappear at night, I am the only one who knows the true cost of the morning. I looked down at the wood in my hands. I had carved a small, perfect circle, a ring. I placed it on the railing of the porch and waited for the sun to go down. The shadows began to lengthen, stretching across the lawn like dark fingers. I watched the spot where the bridge used to appear. It didn't manifest tonight. The air stayed clear, the silence unbroken. But as the last sliver of sun dipped below the hills, I saw a flicker of movement near the reservoir, a flash of yellow. It was gone in an instant, a trick of the light or a lingering ghost of the margin. I picked up the charcoal and opened the ledger. Part 9, I wrote, the tide is out, the seal holds, the mapmaker is awake. I closed my eyes and listened to the house. It wasn't groaning anymore. It was breathing, a slow, deep respiration that matched the rise and fall of the lake. We were safe for a day, for a year, for a generation. And in the silence of the Oakhaven woods, that was more than enough. I felt the coldness of my hand spread slightly, a new inch of white stone creeping up my wrist. I didn't fight it. I welcomed it. Every inch of me that turned to stone was another inch of the town that remained flesh. The trade was fair. I sat back in the rocker and began to hum a tune I didn't recognize. A low, rhythmic melody that sounded like the grinding of glaciers and the flow of deep, underground rivers. The map was finished. Until tomorrow. The humming didn't stop when the sun went down. It vibrated through the floorboards of the porch, traveling up the legs of the rocker and settling into the marrow of my bones. It was the frequency of the dam, a low-cycle thrum that told me the concrete was holding, that the microscopic crystalline lattice I had sacrificed my hand to create was doing its silent, agonizing work. I looked at my left arm. The white, stony transformation had claimed my wrist and was now marbling the tendons of my forearm. It didn't hurt. It simply removed the sensation of being alive, replacing it with the sensation of being eternal. I stood up, my balance slightly off-center due to the new weight of my limb. The woods of Oakhaven were different tonight. Usually, the transition from dusk to dark felt like a curtain falling, but tonight it felt like a veil being lifted. I could see the ley lines of the valley now, glowing with a faint, bioluminescent silver. They traced the paths of old deer trails, the forgotten foundations of settler cabins, and the veins of quartz buried deep beneath the topsoil. The map wasn't just in the ledger anymore. It was projected onto the world like a film overlay. I walked down the porch steps, my boots crunching on the gravel. I needed to see the town. I needed to see if the maintenance of the barrier, as Claire called it, was visible to those who weren't anchored to the masonry. As I reached the edge of the woods where the trees gave way to the paved outskirts of Oakhaven, I saw a figure leaning against a rusted mailbox. It was Miller, the town's sheriff. He was smoking a cigarette, the cherry glowing like a dying star in the gloom. He looked up as I approached, his eyes lingering on my heavy, stiffly held left arm, then moving to my face. "Heard a sound last night, Elias," Miller said, his voice gravelly. "Like a mountain trying to swallow a whistle. Then the water level in the reservoir dropped 10 feet in an hour. Maintenance crew says the sensors went haywire, then just flattened out. Like the lake decided to stop being a lake and started being a floor." "The pressure stabilized," I said. My voice sounded metallic to my own ears, as if I were speaking through a lead pipe. Miller took a long drag, the smoke curling around his head. "People are talking. They say the fog didn't come in at the bridge last night. First time in 40 years, the span stayed clear from midnight to 4. Old Mrs. Gable says she slept through the night without dreaming of salt for the first time since her husband passed." He stepped closer, his badge glinting in the moonlight. "What did you do, son?" Arthur used to get that look in his eyes, that hollowed out, "I know where the bodies are buried look. You've got it now, and you've got his limp." "I didn't do anything but settle a debt, Sheriff," I replied. I kept my stony hand shoved deep into my jacket pocket, but the weight of it was pulling my shoulder down. "The bridge is gone because the reason for the bridge is gone. For now." Miller grunted, flicking his ash into the weeds. "Arthur always said the bridge was a safety valve. If you plug a safety valve, the boiler eventually blows. You be careful, Elias. This town likes its mysteries. It doesn't much care for the people who try to solve them. Solving a mystery is just another way of killing a tradition." He turned and began to walk toward his cruiser, but he stopped and looked back. "By the way, that girl, the one with the camera, I saw her leaving town an hour ago. She looked like she'd seen a ghost, or like she'd become one." "She's a traveler, Sheriff. She doesn't stay where the lines are fixed." "Smart girl," Miller muttered, and then he was gone, the taillights of his car bleeding into the darkness. I continued into the heart of Oakhaven. The town felt unnervingly quiet. At the Main Street diner, the neon sign flickered, *open*, but the interior was empty save for the cook scrubbing the griddle. I stood on the sidewalk, looking at the reflection of the town in the darkened shop windows. In the glass, Oakhaven looked like a sketch. The buildings were silhouettes, and the people inside them were mere smudges of heat. But beneath the pavement, I could see the roots. Not the roots of trees, but the roots of the inheritance. They were thick, translucent cords of energy that tethered every house to the reservoir. They pulsed in time with my own heartbeat. I realized then that the town wasn't built on land. It was built on a scab. The margin wasn't some far-off dimension. It was the raw, unhealed flesh of the world, and Oakhaven was the bandage. My job as the map maker wasn't just to draw the lines. It was to keep the bandage from being pulled away. I felt a sudden, sharp tug in my chest, a psychic tether pulling me toward the town square. In the center of the square stood the founder's statue, a bronze depiction of a man holding a compass and a scroll. I had passed it 1,000 times, but tonight, the bronze was weeping. A thick, crystalline liquid was oozing from the statue's eyes, hardening into white crusts as it hit the pedestal. Salt. The barrier was holding at the dam, but the pressure was seeking new outlets. The inheritance was like water in a cracked pipe. You patch one hole, and the spray finds the next weakest point. It's not enough to be a stone, Elias. I turned. Sitting on a park bench was an old man I didn't recognize. He was wearing a tattered wool coat and a hat pulled low over his brow. He was whittling a piece of driftwood, the shavings falling onto his lap like snow. "Who are you?" I asked, my hand tightening in my pocket. "I'm the one who came before Arthur," the man said. He didn't look up. "And the one who came before him. We don't have names once the ink gets into our blood. We just have the ledger." Arthur never mentioned a predecessor. Arthur wanted to believe he was the first to fail, the man chuckled, a dry, papery sound. "It's a common vanity, but the map has been redrawn 12 times. Each time the mapmaker thinks they've found a permanent seal, and each time the salt finds a way back in. Look at the statue, boy. The town is crying because it knows what you've done. You've turned yourself into a lock, but you forgot that every lock eventually rusts. I walked toward him, the stone in my arm feeling colder, more brittle. The boy in the yellow raincoat. He said he was coming home. What is he, truly? The old man finally looked up. His eyes were gone, replaced by two smooth, polished spheres of gray silt. He is the hunger of the void for form. He is the part of the universe that hates the lines. We call it the margin, but it's just the truth of things. Everything wants to fall apart, Elias. The map is the only thing that says no. And the boy, he's just the one who carries the scissors. The man stood up, shaking the salt shavings from his coat. You sealed the dam, but you left the center of the town unprotected. The founders didn't build Oakhaven here because the soil was rich. They built it here because this is where the veil was thinnest. They thought they could use the energy of the margin to power their lives. They were the first ones to borrow from the sea. You're just the latest one trying to pay back the interest with your own skin. He pointed a gnarled finger toward the town hall, a stately brick building that sat at the highest point of the square. Go to the archives. Look at the original plat, not the one Arthur made, the one the founders hid. You'll see the hole you missed. Before I could ask another question, a sudden gust of wind swept through the square. It didn't smell like the woods. It smelled of brine and ancient, stagnant depths. When the wind passed, the park bench was empty. The old man was gone, leaving behind only a pile of white wood shavings that dissolved into the pavement like salt in water. I didn't hesitate. I crossed the square to the town hall. The doors were locked, but as I touched the brass handle with my left hand, the metal groaned and the lock simply shattered, the mechanism turning to gray dust. The stone in my arm was reacting to the reality of the building, overriding the physics of the lock. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of old paper and wax. I made my way to the basement archives, my footsteps echoing in the hollow silence. My eyes, now attuned to the silver lines of the map, didn't need a flashlight. The walls themselves seemed to emit a faint, ghostly radiance. I found the cabinet marked * original survey, 1842 *. I pulled out a heavy, leather-bound cylinder. Inside was a sheet of vellum that felt like dried skin. I unrolled it on a long wooden table. It wasn't a map of a town. It was a diagram of a machine. The streets weren't laid out for traffic. They were cooling fins. The town square was a central hub, a focal point for a massive, underground siphon. And at the center of it all, directly beneath the founder's statue, was a symbol I recognized from the very last page of Arthur's ledger. The Ouroboros, the snake eating its own tail. But in this version, the snake wasn't just a circle, it was a funnel. I traced the lines with my good hand. The founders hadn't built a town, they had built a filter. They were drawing something out of the earth, a raw, ethereal substance, and refining it into the prosperity of Oakhaven. The salt tide wasn't a natural disaster, it was the waste product. It was the tailings of a spiritual mine. And the dam wasn't built to hold back water. It was built to contain the overflow of the waste. I leaned over the map, my heart hammering against my ribs. I had thought I was saving the town from an outside threat, but the threat was the town itself. Oakhaven was a parasite, and the salt was the infection caused by its feeding. You're starting to see the geometry of the lie, aren't you? I spun around. The boy in the yellow raincoat was standing in the doorway of the archives. He didn't look like a ghost anymore. He looked solid, real. The gray silt in his eyes was swirling faster now, a storm of dust behind glass. This town, it's a factory, I whispered. A refinery, the boy corrected. He walked into the room, his small boots making no sound on the stone floor. They take the silence of the margin and turn it into noise. They take the emptiness and turn it into things. Every house, every car, every happy memory in this valley was paid for with a piece of the void, and the void wants its pieces back. He pointed to the map on the table. Arthur knew. That's why he started drawing the bridge. He wasn't trying to let us in. He was trying to create a way for the waste to leak out slowly so it wouldn't burst the dam. But then he got greedy. He tried to use the bridge to bring back what he'd lost. He tried to map a path to his dead wife. And he opened the door too wide, I said. He broke the filter, the boy said. And now you've plugged the drain. Do you know what happens to a refinery when the waste has nowhere to go, Elias? The floor beneath us began to vibrate. It wasn't the steady thrum of the dam. It was a violent, rhythmic pulsing like a heart about to burst. The salt isn't just coming from the reservoir, I realized, horror dawning on me. It's coming from under the streets. The founder's statue is the chimney, the boy said, a small, sad smile touching his lips. And the fire is getting very, very hot. I looked at my stony hand. The white calcification was accelerating, moving past my elbow, creeping toward my shoulder. The more I understood the map, the more the map claimed me. How do I stop it? I asked. If I can't seal it and I can't drain it, what do I do? You can't stop the hunger, Elias. You can only give it something else to eat. The boy stepped closer. He reached out a small, pale hand and touched the white stone of my forearm. Where his fingers met the stone, sparks of silver light flared. The mapmaker isn't just the keeper of the lines, he whispered. The mapmaker is the sacrifice. Arthur didn't understand that. He thought he could be the architect, but you're already becoming the building. The building groaned. Above us, I heard the sound of bricks cracking. The town hall was shifting on its foundations. Outside, the sirens began to wail, a long, mournful sound that echoed through the valley. The people of Oakhaven were waking up to a nightmare they had spent a century buying on credit. If I become the map, I said, my voice cracking, if I let it take me, does the debt go away? No, the boy said, but the debt moves to you. You become the ledger. You become the one who owes. And as long as you're alive, as long as you're breathing in stone and memory, the void will be content to eat you instead of the town. I looked down at the vellum map. The lines were shifting, redrawing themselves into the shape of a man with a stone arm and a heart of golden ink. I understood now what Arthur had meant when he said the world wasn't enough. The world was just the stage. The map was the play, and I was the only actor left in the theater. I grabbed the charcoal from the table. My left arm was almost entirely immobile now, a heavy, crystalline pillar. I used my right hand to draw a new line on the founder's map, a line that connected the town hall, the statue, and the dam into a single, closed circuit. I wasn't plugging the drain. I was turning the flow inward. As I completed the circle, the room exploded in a flash of white light. The scent of ozone was overwhelming, and for a moment I felt myself being pulled apart, my atoms stretched across the geography of the valley. I was the pavement of Main Street. I was the shingles on the church roof. I was the silt at the bottom of the lake. I felt the weight of every soul in Oakhaven. I felt their dreams, their petty greeds, their quiet loves. I felt the burden of their existence pressing down on me, a billion tons of borrowed time. And I took it. I pulled the salt into myself. I felt the crystalline sting in my lungs, the dry, caustic heat in my veins. The white stone raced across my chest, over my heart, up my neck. I wasn't dying. I was becoming a landmark. The vibration stopped. The sirens faded. The silence that returned to Oakhaven wasn't the silence of the void. It was the ordinary, peaceful silence of a Tuesday morning. I stood in the center of the archives, a statue of a man held together by silver ink and sheer will. My left side was entirely stone, a beautiful, terrifying sculpture of white marble. My right side was still flesh, but my skin was translucent, the golden ink of the map glowing beneath the surface. The boy in the yellow raincoat was gone. The vellum map on the table was blank, the ink having migrated into my very being. I walked out of the town hall. My movements were slow, heavy, and rhythmic, Thump, scrape, thump, scrape. The sun was rising over the square. The founder's statue was no longer weeping. The salt had dried and blown away in the morning breeze. The people were coming out of their houses, looking around with confused, sleepy expressions. They felt a lightness they couldn't explain, a sense of relief that the heavy air of the previous night had vanished. They didn't see me, or if they did, they saw a shadow, a trick of the light, a figure that belonged in the periphery of their vision. I was part of the architecture now. I was the ghost in the machine. I walked back toward the woods, toward the house that was no longer just a house, but an anchor. I sat on the porch rocker. The stone had reached my jaw now. I could no longer speak, but I didn't need to. I could hear everything. I could hear the water in the pipes, the electricity in the wires, the breathing of the trees. I opened the ledger on my lap. The pages were no longer wet. They were crisp and white. I picked up the charcoal with my remaining fingers. Part 10, I wrote, the letters glowing with a soft internal light. The filter is restored. The debt is held. The map maker is the map. I looked out at the horizon. The bridge didn't appear. The white tree in the kitchen didn't hum. The town of Oakhaven went about its day, buying and selling and living on the credit I was now providing with every beat of my calcifying heart. I am Elias. I am the bridge that doesn't disappear. I am the stone that remembers the sea. And as the sun warmed the white marble of my shoulder, I finally felt the peace of a job well done. The lines were straight. The borders were secure. The world was enough, because I was holding it together. The sun climbed higher, pinning my shadow to the porch boards like a sun-dried specimen. I watched the milk truck rattle down the valley road, its engine a distant, rhythmic cough that I felt in the marrow of my stone radius. To the driver, I was likely just a garden ornament Arthur had left behind, a curious bit of masonry tucked under the eaves of a dying house. He didn't know that as his tires crossed the expansion joints of the small creek bridge, I felt the vibration in my teeth. I was the bridge. I was the road. I was the tension in the power lines that hummed with the breakfast prayers of 100 toasters. Being the map was not the static existence I had feared. It was a cacophony of sensory input. Every time a door slammed in Oakhaven, a microscopic fissure formed in the marble of my chest, only to be sealed instantly by a rush of silver ink. I was a living dampener, a human shock absorber for the metaphysical friction of a town that shouldn't exist. By noon, the heat of the sun began to bake the salt within me. It didn't hurt. Pain is a function of nerves, and my nerves were being replaced by something more conductive, something that translated hurt into data. I could feel the reservoir 3 miles away. The water was cool, pressing against the concrete of the dam with a sullen, redirected weight. The floor I had created, the stabilization of the pressure, was holding, but it was hungry. It sucked at the heat of the day, draining the thermal energy of the valley to maintain its stasis. A figure appeared at the edge of the woods. It wasn't the boy in the yellow raincoat, nor was it the ancient mapmaker with the silt eyes. It was Miller. He walked slowly, his boots crunching on the dry needles. He stopped at the bottom of the porch steps, his hat pulled low. He didn't look at my face. He looked at my left hand, which was now fused to the arm of the rocker, a seamless transition from flesh to furniture to stone. "You look like you've taken root, Elias," Miller said. He sounded tired, older than he had been just a few hours ago. I couldn't move my jaw to speak. The calcification had locked my mandible in a permanent, neutral set, but the map provided. As I thought the words, the silver ink beneath the skin of my throat vibrated, producing a sound like a cello string being plucked in a vacuum. "The lines are fixed, Sheriff." Miller flinched at the sound. He rubbed his face with a calloused hand. "The town feels different. People are whistling. The mayor called me to say the budget deficit in the utility fund just vanished. Like the numbers just decided to add up for once. Even the crows have stopped screaming at the water tower." He finally looked up, his eyes meeting mine. He saw the translucent skin, the glowing script of the ledger scrolling slowly behind my corneas. He saw the sacrifice. "Arthur said this was the only way it ends," Miller whispered. "He just didn't have the stomach for it. He kept trying to find a loophole. He thought if he could just map a way to the other side, he could bring back enough nothing to balance the something. He didn't realize you can't balance a scale with a hole. He loved the town too much to leave it," I vibrated, "and he loved his grief too much to heal it." "And you?" Miller asked. "What do you love, Elias? You barely knew this place. You were a stranger who walked in with a suitcase and a limp." "I love the logic," I replied. "The world is a chaotic, screaming mess of accidents. The map is the only thing that makes sense. If I have to be the paper for the world to be a poem, then that's the trade." Miller nodded slowly. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a small brass compass, the one from the founder's statue, and set it on the porch railing. "Found this on the ground this morning. Thought it belonged here, or maybe it belongs to you now." He turned to leave but stopped. "The girl, Sarah, she called the station from the county line. Said she forgot her lens cap at the bridge. I told her the bridge was closed for maintenance. Indefinitely." "Good," I thought, and the porch boards creaked in agreement. "Goodbye, Elias," Miller said. He didn't look back. He knew he was looking at a monument, not a man. As his car pulled away, the silence of the woods rushed back in, but it was a structured silence. I began to realize the extent of my new reach. I could feel the pockets of Oakhaven, the places where the founders had tucked away their secrets. Under the floorboards of the general store, there was a box of gold that hummed with the resonance of a dead star. In the attic of the schoolhouse, a collection of letters written in a language that predated the alphabet vibrated in time with the wind. The town was a museum of the impossible, and I was the curator. But there was a price to the stillness. The more I absorbed the salt debt of the town, the more the margin tried to communicate with me. It wasn't through words, but through images that flickered across my vision like a film strip breaking. I saw the valley before the town. I saw the Great Maw, the original rift in the earth where the light of the universe leaked out and turned into gray dust. I saw the founders, men with eyes full of fever and hands stained with mercury, kneeling at the edge of the rift. They weren't building a town out of hope. They were building a cage out of greed. They had found a way to harvest the potential of the void, the raw, unformed stuff of creation, and bake it into bricks and mortar. Oakhaven was a counterfeit reality. Every sunset was a little too orange, every blade of grass a little too green, because it was all being subsidized by the emptiness beneath the reservoir. The salt was the truth trying to reassert itself. It was the universe's way of saying this does not belong. By late afternoon, the transformation of my body reached a plateau. My torso was a solid block of white, veined with the glowing gold of the map. My right arm remained flesh, though the skin was now as tough as parchment. I could still write. That was the mandate. The mapmaker must always be able to record the changes. I picked up the charcoal. The ledger was open to a page that hadn't existed before, a map of the town's collective subconscious. It looked like a neural network, a web of glowing filaments connecting every resident to the central hub of the town square. I saw a thread turn black. It was Mrs. Gable. She was sitting in her kitchen, staring at a photograph of her husband. For 40 years, the salt tide had fed on her grief, using her dreams of her lost husband to anchor the bridge. Now that I had sealed the leak, her grief had nowhere to go. It was stagnating. If I didn't intervene, her sorrow would become a localized rupture. The salt would erupt from her very pores. I focused my mind. I reached out through the tether of the map, sliding along the silver line that connected my stone heart to her kitchen. I didn't take away her sadness. The map doesn't allow for theft, but I redirected it. I wove her grief into the structural integrity of the town hall's foundation. I turned her longing into a reinforcement for the brickwork. In her kitchen, Mrs. Gable blinked. She felt a sudden, inexplicable sense of purpose. She stood up, wiped her eyes, and began to bake a pie. The town hall grew a fraction of a millimeter stronger. This was the work. This was the infinite, exhausting task of the mapmaker. I was the cosmic switchboard operator, constantly rerouting the emotional and metaphysical currents of Oakhaven to keep the lights on and the salt down. Night began to fall. The first stars appeared, but they looked different now. They weren't distant suns. They were holes in the black velvet of the sky, leaking the same pale light that lived inside my bones. The house behind me began to change. Without the leak of the bridge to distract it, the inheritance was focusing on its new host. The walls of the kitchen started to turn into the same white marble as my arm. The tree in the center of the room grew a new branch, tipped with a leaf made of pure silver. Then I heard the sound. It wasn't a whistle and it wasn't a groan. It was a knock. Someone was at the front door. I couldn't turn my head, but I could feel the presence through the vibrations in the floorboards. It was a heavy presence, cold and smelling of wet earth and old copper. The door creaked open. A man stepped onto the porch. He was tall, wearing a suit that looked like it had been tailored in the 1920s, but the fabric was woven from dried seaweed and human hair. His face was a smooth, featureless mask of gray silt, save for a wide, jagged mouth filled with teeth made of jagged quartz. He was a collector. "The ledger has changed hands," the man said. His voice wasn't a sound, it was a pressure in my sinuses. "The debt has been consolidated." I didn't answer. I didn't need to. He could read the map on my skin. "Elias Thorne," the collector said, leaning over me. His breath was the smell of a tomb. "You have taken the burden of the filter. You have made yourself the dam, but you are a single point of failure. If you crack, the valley becomes a lake of salt. If you sleep, the bridge returns, and it will not be a bridge for people. It will be a bridge for us. I do not sleep," I vibrated. The silver ink on my chest flared, a warning. The collector laughed, a sound like grinding stones. "You are still part meat, mapmaker. Meat tires, meat forgets. We have waited 100 years for the filter to clog. Arthur was a good servant, but he was weak. He gave us a little every night. You give us nothing. You are a miser of the void." He reached out a hand, a long, spindly thing with too many joints, and touched the marble of my cheek. I felt a coldness that transcended temperature. It was the coldness of non-existence. "We will wait," the collector whispered. "We will sit at the edge of your map and wait for a smudge. We will wait for you to regret. We will wait for you to miss the touch of a woman, or the taste of a peach, or the sound of your own voice. And when that crack appears, we will fill it with the sea." He stepped back and merged into the shadows of the trees. He didn't leave. He simply became part of the darkness that surrounded the house. I could feel him out there, and others like him, a ring of watchers standing just outside the lines I had drawn. I was the king of a very small, very fragile kingdom. I picked up the charcoal again. My right hand was shaking, the only part of me still capable of fear. I turned to the next blank page in the ledger. I began to draw the defense. I didn't draw walls or fences. I drew stories. I wrote the history of Oakhaven as it should have been, a town built on honest labor and simple dreams. I mapped out a future where the reservoir was just water and the fog was just weather. I poured my own memories of the world outside, the taste of coffee in a rainy city, the sound of a subway train, the feeling of a stranger's hand brushing mine, into the gaps of the town's reality. I was reinforcing the fiction. If Oakhaven believed it was real, it became harder for the void to reclaim it. I was lying to the universe to save a few hundred people who would never know my name. Hours passed. The moon set and the pre-dawn chills settled over the valley. The white marble of my body was covered in a fine layer of frost, but inside, the golden ink was a furnace. I felt a sudden sharp pain in my right thumb. I looked down. The calcification had reached my hand. My fingers were turning white. the joints locking into the shape of the charcoal holder. I had one more entry to make before I became a total prisoner of my own design. I turned to the very first page of the ledger, the one Arthur had started 40 years ago. Beneath his shaking script, I wrote the final law of the mapmaker. The bridge does not disappear at night. It is the world that disappears. The mapmaker is the only one who stays behind to find it again. As the final letter was formed, the charcoal snapped. My right hand turned to stone, my fingers forever curled around the ghost of a pencil. I sat on the porch, a statue of white and gold, watching the sun rise for the first time as a permanent fixture of the landscape. The milk truck returned. The driver waved at the statue on the porch, a friendly, mindless gesture. I felt the wind move through the silver leaves of the tree in the kitchen. I felt the pressure of the reservoir, the dreams of Mrs. Gable, and the cold, patient hunger of the watchers in the woods. I was the map, I was the bridge, I was the debt. And for the first time in my life, I knew exactly where I was. The lines were fixed, the borders were held, and in the heart of Oakhaven, a little girl found a lens cap on the sidewalk and wondered why it felt so heavy, like it was made of a piece of the world that had finally, mercifully, come home. The stillness of being a monument was not a lack of motion, but an acceleration of it. My physical heart had ceased its wet, rhythmic thumping, replaced by a crystalline vibration that synchronized with the town's infrastructure. I could feel the water main under Main Street, a slight, rhythmic pulse where a valve was loose. I felt the heat of the bakery ovens as a warm glow in my phantom gut. I was no longer a man watching a town. I was the nervous system of the town itself. The collector had not lied about the hunger. As the second day of my tenure dawned, the pressure began to mount. It wasn't a physical weight, but a gravitational pull from the outside. The void, the great gray nothingness that the founders had tapped like an oil well, was trying to reclaim the matter it had been forced to simulate. I felt the town hall trying to soften, the bricks wanting to revert to the dust of the rift. I felt the residents of Oakhaven wake up with a collective, sudden headache. The biological cost of being anchored to a reality that was being held together by the sheer will of a stone man on a porch. I shifted my consciousness. I didn't have eyes anymore, not in the way humans do, but I had the map. I looked through the eyes of a stray cat stalking a mouse near the reservoir. I saw the shimmer in the air above the water, a distortion like heat rising from asphalt. The floor I had built was under siege. The salt debt was trying to find a crack, a moment of doubt, a flickering of my concentration. I reached out with the silver ink of my mind. I found a young man, a mechanic named David, who was currently struggling with a rusted bolt on a tractor. He was frustrated, his anger a hot, jagged spike in the town's emotional grid. That spike was a weakness. I felt the collector's influence, a cold, oily shadow creeping toward David's frustration, trying to widen the gap. I didn't push the anger away. Instead, I gave it a shape. I redirected David's frustration into the physical act of the turn. I lent him a fraction of my own geological permanence. In the garage, David felt a sudden, inexplicable surge of calm strength. The bolt snapped loose. The anger dissipated into a sense of accomplishment, and the hole in the reality of the garage sealed shut with a metaphysical snap. But the effort cost me. A thin, hairline fracture appeared across my marble chest. It was a minute crack, barely visible, but to the watchers in the woods, it was a dinner bell. I heard the rustle of the seaweed suit before I felt the presence. The collector was back, standing just beyond the porch steps where the sunlight couldn't quite reach. He wasn't alone. Behind him stood two others, tall, spindly things with limbs like scorched timber and heads that were nothing more than cages filled with trapped, screaming birds. "You are working too hard, Elias," the collector whispered. The pressure in my head intensified. "You are trying to save every bolt, every stray cat, every fleeting thought. You are a sieve trying to hold back the tide. Eventually, the metal tires. Eventually, the stone weeps." I didn't vibrate a response this time. I saved the energy. I focused on the ledger. Even though my hands were stone, the ledger responded to my intent. The pages turned themselves, caught in a wind that didn't exist. I began to write with my mind, the glowing charcoal dust tracing lines across the vellum. Entry 14. The preservation of the mundane. The cost of a sunrise is the weight of a secret. To keep the light, one must bury the dark deeper than the roots of the mountain. The collector stepped closer, 1 foot on the bottom step. The wood groaned, not under his weight, but because the wood recognized him as an apex predator of existence. "Give us the girl," he said. "The one with the camera." She saw the bridge. She took a piece of the outside back with her in her mind. "She is a leak we can use. Give her to us, and we will leave the rest of the town in peace for a generation." I felt Sarah then. She was miles away, sitting in a diner in the next county over, looking at her undeveloped film. She felt a chill, a sudden sense of being watched. I felt the temptation. It was the logic of the map, the needs of the many versus the one. If I sacrificed Sarah's memory, if I let the void reclaim the nothing she had witnessed, the pressure on the reservoir would drop by 40%. I could rest. I could let the marble of my body settle into a deeper, less taxing stasis. But the map was more than logic. It was a record of what was asterisk lost. If I started erasing the very people I was supposed to protect, I wasn't a filter. I was just another mouth for the void. I pushed back. I didn't use strength. I used memory. I projected the memory of Sarah's laughter, the way she had looked at the bridge with wonder instead of fear. I wove that wonder into the fabric of the town's defense. I turned her witness into a cornerstone. The collector hissed, his quartz teeth grinding together. The cage-headed things behind him began to shriek, a sound that vibrated the window panes of the house until they cracked in spiderweb patterns. "You are a fool," the collector snarled. "You are protecting a lie. This town is a blister on the face of the universe. It deserves to be popped." "Then pop it," I vibrated. The sound was a roar now, shaking the porch, sending birds fluttering from the trees in a panicked cloud. "But you'll have to go through the bridge to do it, and I am the bridge." I felt the silver ink in my veins turn to fire. I wasn't just holding the town together anymore. I was expanding. I pushed my consciousness outward, past the reservoir, past the valley walls, into the very margin where the collectors lived. I saw their world. It wasn't a place, it was a lack of place. It was a vast gray ocean of unformed potential, a graveyard of things that had never been allowed to exist. And in the center of that gray sea was the bridge. It wasn't a structure of wood and iron. It was a wound, a long, jagged tear in the fabric of the is, leaking the is not into our world. Arthur had tried to bridge the gap. He had thought he could walk between worlds, but the bridge wasn't for walking. It was a siphon. I realized then what the map really was. It wasn't a guide to the town. It was a blueprint for a plug. I began to rewrite the map. I didn't change the town, I changed the bridge. I used the charcoal of my soul to draw a new geometry. I closed the curves. I squared the circles. I took the jagged, open-ended lines of the rift and tied them into a knot, a Gordian knot of reality that no void could untie. The house behind me screamed. The white tree in the kitchen shattered, its silver leaves turning into a whirlwind of razor-sharp light. The marble of my body began to glow with a blinding, iridescent radiance. The collectors recoiled. They weren't used to the is fighting back with such ferocity. They were scavengers of entropy, not warriors of existence. "You cannot do this," the collector cried, his featureless face cracking. "The debt must be paid, the salt must flow." "Then let it flow into me," I thought. I opened the gates. I stopped being a dam and became a sink. I invited the salt, the void, the gray hunger of the margin to pour into the marble of my form. I became the lightning rod for the entire valley. The sensation was beyond agony. It was the feeling of being unmade and remade 1,000 times a second. I felt the salt crystallizing in my marrow, the gray dust filling my lungs. I felt the memories of Elia's thorn, the small, human memories of a life lived in shadows, being pulverized by the sheer scale of the cosmic input. But I didn't break. I was the map maker. I had the ledger. I recorded the pain. I mapped the void. I gave the nothing a name and a place on the page, and by doing so, I made it something. I colonized the emptiness with the power of observation. The watchers in the woods vanished. They didn't run. They were simply erased from the local reality, no longer able to find a foothold in a world that was being so aggressively defined. The shrieking stopped. The wind died down. The sun, now high in the afternoon sky, shone with a steady, unwavering light. I sat on the porch. I was no longer white marble. I was something else, a dark, obsidian-like substance, translucent and deep, with millions of tiny, glowing stars trapped inside my skin. I was a piece of the night that had been captured and turned into a man. The ledger on my lap was finished. Every page was filled with a dense, microscopic script that seemed to move if you looked at it too closely. The map of Oakhaven was no longer a drawing of a town. It was a living, breathing entity, a closed loop of existence that no longer needed the void to survive. The debt was paid, not with salt but with the transformation of the debt itself into equity. I looked out at the road. A car was approaching. It was a familiar blue sedan. It stopped at the end of the driveway and Sarah got out. She looked older, her eyes weary but clear. She had a camera around her neck. She walked up the path, her boots thudding on the earth. She stopped at the bottom of the steps. She didn't look afraid. She looked like someone who had finally found the answer to a question she had been asking her whole life. "Arthur," she whispered. I couldn't speak. I was the bridge, and the bridge does not talk to the travelers. She walked up the steps, her hand trembling. She reached out and touched my hand, the one that was fused to the rocker, the one that held the snapped charcoal. She didn't pull away from the coldness. She didn't flinch at the sight of the stars beneath my skin. "No," she said softly, her eyes meeting mine. "Not Arthur, Elia's." She smiled, a small, sad movement of her lips. "I remember now. I remember the bridge that wasn't there. I remember the man who walked into the fog so I could walk out of it." She leaned in and kissed my cheek. Her skin was warm, a shocking contrast to the absolute zero of my being. For a moment, just a second, I felt the meat again. I felt the ghost of a heartbeat. "Thank you," she said. She turned and walked back to her car. She didn't look back. She didn't need to. She was part of the map now, a golden line of light that stretched out into the world, carrying the reality of Oakhaven with her wherever she went. The sun began to set. The heavy air didn't return. The shadows were just shadows. The people of the town went home to their dinners and their televisions, safe in the knowledge that the world was exactly what it appeared to be. I sat on the porch. The stone had reached my eyes now. The world was fading into a series of data points, a beautiful, complex mathematical equation that I was solving in real time. I was Elia's. I was the stone that remembers the sea. I was the bridge that stayed. And as the first real star appeared in the sky, a distant sun, billions of miles away and not a hole in the velvet at all, I finally closed the ledger. The job was done. The lines were straight. The borders were secure. The world was enough. Because I was the world. The silence that followed Sarah's departure was not the hollow vacuum of the void, but a dense, resonant quiet, like the hum of a bell long after it has been struck. I watched her car crest the hill, its taillights bleeding into the deepening amber of the Oakhaven dusk, and I felt the tether between us hum. She was a carrier now, a piece of the reinforced reality traveling outward, stitching the fictional town into the broader, sturdier tapestry of the world beyond the valley. As the sun dipped below the jagged spine of the mountains, the transition began. Usually, this was the hour of the great fraying, the time when the collector's kin would begin to unpick the seams of the day. I braced my internal architecture for the assault. I felt the reservoir groan, the water pushing against the invisible geometry I had laid down. I felt the basement of the town hall vibrate as the foundations tried to remember they were made of nothingness. But the assault didn't come. Instead, there was a click. It was a sound felt in the marrow of my obsidian bones, the sound of a key turning in a lock that had been rusted shut for a century. The debt that had hung over the valley like a storm front suddenly inverted. The pressure didn't vanish. It simply changed direction. It was no longer a weight crushing the town down into the rift. It was a floor, solid and absolute, rising up to meet the feet of the living. I looked down at the ledger. The ink was no longer silver or gold. It was a deep, thrumming violet, the color of the sky just before the stars take over. The words I had written, the laws of the mapmaker, were shifting. They weren't just instructions anymore. They were the physical constants of this specific patch of earth. The bridge does not disappear at night. I felt the bridge at the edge of town. It was no longer a shivering phantom of wood and iron. It was a scream of defiance rendered in matter. I could feel the tires of a late-night delivery truck rolling over its planks. The driver didn't hesitate. He didn't feel the sudden drop in temperature or the prickle of static on his skin. To him, it was just a bridge, a way to get from one side of the river to the other. I had succeeded. I had lied so perfectly that the universe had accepted the lie as truth. But the cost of a perfect lie is the liar. The obsidian calcification was complete. I could no longer feel the wind on my face, only the way the wind moved the air pressure against my surface. I was a sensory organ the size of a zip code. I felt Mrs. Gable turn off her bedside lamp 3 miles away. I felt a leak in a pipe under the high school gym. I felt the birth of a litter of foxes in the woods where the collector had stood. I was the god of a very small, very mundane province, and my throne was a creaking wicker chair on a porch that smelled of damp earth and old secrets. The night deepened. This was the time when Arthur used to scream. I understood why now. The sheer volume of data was staggering. Every heartbeat in Oakhaven was a drumbeat in my chest. Every dream was a flickering movie projected on the inside of my skull. To be the mapmaker was to be the ultimate voyeur, the silent witness to every private grief and hidden joy of 500 souls. I felt a shadow move at the edge of the yard. It wasn't the collector. It was something smaller, more ragged. It was a man, or what was left of one. He stumbled out of the trees, his clothes hanging in tatters, his skin the color of wet ash. He looked like he had been dragged through a mile of broken glass and salt. He stopped at the edge of the porch steps, squinting up at me with eyes that were milky with cataracts. Is it done?" he croaked. The voice was a ghost of a memory. I searched the map, scanning the census of the living and the dead. I found a match in the historical section of my mind. "Arthur," I vibrated. The sound cracked a flower pot on the railing. The old man flinched, but he didn't run. He slumped onto the bottom step, his head in his hands. He wept, a dry, rattling sound that had no tears in it. I couldn't hold it anymore, Elias. I gave them pieces of myself just to keep the lights on. I gave them my memories of my mother. I gave them the way my wife smelled. I gave them everything until there was nothing left but the hunger. He looked up at me and I saw the hollows where his soul used to be. He had survived the transition, but he was a husk, a byproduct of the old system. He was the waste that the filter had caught. "You changed the math," Arthur whispered, his gaze wandering over my obsidian skin. "I can feel it, the salt. It's gone cold. The hunger has moved on." "I closed the loop," I vibrated. "The town is real now, Arthur. It doesn't need us to feed it anymore." Arthur let out a long, shuddering breath. He reached out a trembling hand and touched the wood of the porch. "It feels solid. It doesn't feel like a dream anymore." He looked at me, his milky eyes filled with a terrible, envious longing. "But you're the anchor now. You're the one holding the rope while the ship sails away." "I am the map," I replied. "And the map is a prison," Arthur said softly. He stood up, his joints popping like dry twigs. He looked toward the town, toward the flickering streetlights of Main Street. "I'm going to walk into town, Elias. I'm going to buy a cup of coffee. I'm going to sit on a bench and watch the sun come up, and for the first time in 40 years, I won't be afraid that the bench will turn into smoke." "You can't stay," I warned. The vibration of my voice sent a ripple through the air. "You are part of the old debt, Arthur. The town's reality will reject you. You are a ghost in a world that no longer believes in ghosts." Arthur smiled, and it was the most beautiful, tragic thing I had ever seen. "I know, I'll probably be gone by noon, faded away like a bad memory, but I'll have that cup of coffee first." He turned and began to walk down the driveway. He was limping, his form flickering at the edges like a low-resolution photograph. I watched him go, a man who had traded his humanity for a town, and was now trading his existence for a single moment of being ordinary. I envied him. As he vanished into the darkness of the road, I turned my attention inward. I had work to do. The map was a living thing, and it required constant maintenance. A shingles and mortar reality is a heavy thing to maintain in a universe that trends toward chaos. I began to catalog the night. I felt the teenagers sneaking out of their windows to meet in the shadows behind the water tower. I felt the old woman in the nursing home breathing her last, a gentle departure that I recorded as a soft fading of a light on my internal grid. I felt the moment the morning paper hit the porches, a series of rhythmic thuds that signaled the start of a new, objective day. The sun began to rise. This was the moment of truth. In the old days, the sunrise was a chaotic reconstruction, a frantic rebuilding of the world from the scraps of the night. But today, the sun rose over a world that was already there. The light didn't create the trees, it simply revealed them. I felt the first stirrings of the town, the smell of bacon, the sound of a school bus warming up, the mundane, beautiful friction of life. I looked down at my own body. The obsidian was blacker than the deepest trench of the ocean, but where the sunlight hit it, it didn't reflect. It absorbed. I was a black hole in the shape of a man, a point of infinite density holding a fragile bubble of existence together. I felt a sudden, sharp sensation in my chest, not pain, but a tug. I followed the sensation. It led me out of Oakhaven, over the mountains, across the state lines, to a small dark room in a city I had never visited. I saw through Sarah's eyes. She was standing over a chemical bath, the smell of developer sharp in her nostrils. She was watching a piece of paper. Slowly, as the silver halides reacted to the chemistry, an image began to form. It was a photograph of the bridge. In the old world, the photo would have been blank, or it would have shown a blur of gray mist and jagged shadows. But here, in the world I had built, the photo was clear. It showed a sturdy, wooden bridge arching over a dark river, and standing in the center of the bridge, caught in the flash of her camera, was a figure. It wasn't a man, it was a pillar of light, a bridge-shaped hole in the darkness. Sarah gasped, her hand going to her mouth. She didn't look afraid. She looked at the photo with a fierce, protective intensity. She took the print out of the bath and hung it up to dry. Then she picked up a pen and wrote on the back of it, "The Mapmaker." I felt the words as if they had been tattooed on my own skin. By naming me, by documenting me, she was giving me a place in the outside. She was making me as real as the town I was protecting. The connection between us flared, a golden wire of recognition. For a moment, the distance between us vanished. I wasn't just a statue on a porch in a hidden valley. I was a memory in the mind of a living woman. I was a story being told. And as long as the story was told, the map would hold. I sat back in my chair, the obsidian joints of my body settling into place. The ledger lay open on my lap, its pages still, its violet ink glowing with a steady, peaceful light. The milk truck rounded the corner. The driver, a man named Pete who liked to hum show tunes, slowed down as he passed the house on the hill. He looked up at the porch, at the strange, dark statue that sat there day and night. He didn't know about the salt. He didn't know about the collector or the void or the man who had turned himself into a bridge. He just saw a piece of local color, a bit of weirdness that made Oakhaven feel like home. He waved. I couldn't wave back. I couldn't smile. I couldn't even blink. But inside the obsidian, in the heart of the star-filled darkness that was now my soul, I felt the wave. I felt the connection. I felt the simple, overwhelming joy of being part of the scenery. I was the bridge that disappears at night, but the night was over and I was still here. I watched the sun climb higher, burning away the last of the morning mist. The reservoir was blue and deep. The trees were green and solid. The town of Oakhaven was a fact, written in the ledger of the universe in permanent ink. I closed my internal eyes and listened to the music of the world. It was a messy, loud, complicated song, full of discord and harmony, but it was real, and it was mine. I was the map maker, and for the first time in 100 years, the map was complete. The passenger seat of Pete's milk truck rattled as he hit the pothole near the old Miller farm, a jolt that I felt in my own simulated spine. To Pete, it was a nuisance to be repaired by the county next month. To me, it was a microscopic fracture in the local geometry that required a momentary tightening of my will to ensure the asphalt didn't dissolve into gray salt. I smoothed the reality over like a mason tamping down wet mortar. Pete continued humming a tune from Oklahoma, unaware that his left front tire had briefly rolled over the conceptual edge of the abyss. This was my existence now, the silent maintenance of the mundane. The sun climbed to its zenith, baking the porch boards. A wasp landed on my obsidian knee, its wings vibrating with a frantic, rhythmic energy. I could feel the mechanical complexity of its thorax, the chemical directives firing in its tiny brain. In the old regime, under the collector's stagnant tax, the wasp would have been a jagged thing, a half-formed nightmare of stinger and ash. Now it was perfect. It was a golden and black miracle of biology, and when it flew away, I tracked its trajectory until it blurred into the heat haze of the meadow. By 2 in the afternoon, the first true test of the new Oakhaven began. A realtor's car, a sleek silver SUV from the city, turned off the main highway and crossed the bridge. This was an intrusion, an external variable. The map had to expand to accommodate a mind that didn't already belong to the valley. I felt the woman behind the wheel, a person named Alina, as she checked her GPS. Her device shouldn't have worked here. Oakhaven had been a dead zone for decades, a pocket of nowhere that satellites slid over like oil on water. I reached out through the ledger. I didn't block the signal, I authored it. I created a ghost tower in the digital ether, a pillar of data that fed her phone the exact coordinates of a town that, technically, had only existed as a coherent physical mass for 18 hours. She drove past the town square, her eyes scanning the storefronts. She saw the hardware store, the bakery, and the small park where children were playing on a swing set that I had personally anchored into the bedrock of the real. It's charming, she thought. That thought was a victory. It was a brick in the wall. Her observation provided a fresh perspective, a new layer of truth that didn't rely on my own exhausted imagination. Every time a stranger looked at Oakhaven and didn't see the seams, the town became 10% heavier, 10% harder to erase. But as she turned onto the road leading past my house, a ripple of coldness moved through the soil. The collector was gone, but the margin, the great, hungry nothing that surrounded our little bubble, was not a creature that could be killed. It was a law of nature, like entropy or gravity. It was the silence between the stars, and it had noticed the leak. It had noticed that the debt of Oakhaven was no longer being paid in the currency of fear and decay. I felt the pressure build at the edges of the valley. The trees at the perimeter began to shiver, not from wind, but from a sudden lack of definition. Their leaves turned a flat, matte gray. The birds stopped singing. The realtor slowed her car. "That's strange," she muttered, squinting through the windshield. To her, the light was just playing tricks. To me, the light was being eaten. I gripped the arms of my rocker, though my hands were stone and could not move. I opened the ledger in my mind to the page labeled asterisk, the perimeter asterisk. "I am the map maker," I whispered into the foundations of the world, "and the map has no holes." I poured myself into the gap. I didn't fight the gray, I defined it. I gave the nothing the properties of mist. I gave the void the weight of low-hanging clouds. I translated the hunger of the margin into a simple weather pattern, a localized cold front, typical for an autumn afternoon in the mountains. The gray retreated, forced into the shape of harmless vapor. The realtor blinked, rubbed her eyes, and kept driving. "Just a bit of fog," she whispered to herself, and by saying it, she made it so. I slumped back inwardly, if not physically. The effort was draining. I was a battery that was constantly being depleted to keep the lights of reality burning. Every time a citizen of Oakhaven doubted their own eyes, I had to be the one to provide the proof. Every time the wind blew too hard against the illusions of the past, I had to be the anchor. As evening approached, a different kind of visitor arrived. He came on foot, walking up the long, winding driveway with a heavy, rhythmic tread. He was a tall man, dressed in a faded flannel shirt and work boots that were caked with the red clay of the valley. He stopped at the foot of the porch steps and looked up at me. It was Miller, the man whose farm I had saved from the pothole earlier that day. He was a man of few words, a man who had lived in Oakhaven for 70 years and had learned, long ago, to keep his head down and his doors locked at night. He took off his cap and wiped his brow. He looked at my obsidian form, at the stars swirling beneath my translucent skin, and he didn't scream. He didn't run. He just nodded, a slow, respectful inclination of the head. "Elias," he said. His voice was like grinding stones. I couldn't answer. I could only hum with the frequency of the house. "The bridge stayed up last night," Miller said, looking out toward the river. "My boy, he came home late from the city, said he didn't even have to wait for the sun to see the road, said it felt like the bridge was happy to see him." Miller looked back at me, his eyes clouded with the wisdom of someone who has seen too much of the dark to be afraid of a little light. "We know what you're doing, son. We don't understand the how of it, and I reckon we don't want to, but we know the who." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small wooden carving. It was a bird, a simple sparrow, smoothed by years of handling. He stepped up onto the porch and placed it on the railing next to my hand. "A man needs a hobby if he's gonna sit in one place for a while," Miller said. He patted the railing, his calloused palm making a solid, comforting sound against the wood. "The town. We talked, at the diner, at the church. We decided that if the bridge stays, we stay. We're gonna paint the town hall. We're gonna fix the clock tower. We're gonna act like we're here to stay." He leaned in closer, his breath smelling of peppermint and tobacco. "You hold the line, Elias. We'll build the town. We'll give you something worth holding on to." He turned and walked away, his shadow long and sharp in the setting sun. That sparrow, that tiny wooden bird, it was a gift, but it was also a tether. It was an anchor of small truth. By giving me an object that meant something to him, Miller was reinforcing my existence. He was incorporating me into the folklore of the town. I was no longer an intruder or a monster. I was the guardian. I was the patron saint of the bridge. The stars began to come out, the real stars, the ones I had mapped and verified. But as the clock in the town square struck midnight, I felt a sharp, agonizing pull from the basement of the house. The ledger on my lap began to smoke. I looked down. The violet ink was turning black. The microscopic script was beginning to unspool, the letters crawling off the page like dying insects. "The debt must be paid," a voice hissed. It wasn't the collector. It wasn't a person. It was the sound of 1,000 dry leaves skittering across a tombstone. It was the voice of the ledger itself, or rather, the ancient cosmic ledger of which mine was only a local copy. I had tried to turn the debt into equity, but the universe is a closed system. You cannot create reality out of nothing without leaving a hole somewhere else. I felt the hole opening. It wasn't in Oakhaven. It was in *me*. The obsidian of my chest began to crack. Not a physical break, but a conceptual one. I felt my memories, the few I had left of Sarah, of the smell of rain, of the taste of an apple, being sucked into the fissure. The void wasn't attacking the town anymore. It was attacking the mapmaker. It was trying to reclaim the energy I had used to stabilize the valley. I screamed, but the sound was only a subsonic vibration that shattered the windows of the parlor behind me. If I vanished, the map vanished. If the map vanished, Oakhaven would blink out of existence like a candle in a hurricane. Sarah's photo would turn to ash. Miller's bird would become dust. The children in their beds would wake up falling into the gray hunger of the margin. I will not let go, I thought, the words a jagged edge of iron in my mind. I reached out with my consciousness, not toward the town, but toward the outside. I looked for the golden wires I had spun, the connections to Sarah, to the realtor, to the tourists who had seen the bridge and told their friends. I didn't take their memories. I didn't steal their souls. I simply borrowed their belief. I tapped into the collective certainty of everyone who now believed that Oakhaven was a real place. I used their casual, unthinking faith in the world, the way they assumed the ground would be there when they stepped on it, to reinforce my own crumbling structure. I became a thief of the mundane. I stole the certainty of a man in Chicago who had once heard a story about a bridge in the mountains. I stole the confidence of a child in the next county who saw Oakhaven on a map and didn't doubt its coordinates. I wove these millions of tiny threads of normalcy into a rope, and I tied myself to the center of the world. The cracking stopped, the smoke from the ledger died down, but the price was high. I felt my individuality slipping away. I was no longer Elia's thorn. I was no longer even the mapmaker. I was becoming a function. I was becoming a geographical constant. I was becoming the spirit of the place, a sentient intersection of longitude and latitude. I looked at the wooden sparrow on the railing. I could still see it, but I could no longer remember why it was important. I knew it was a gift, but the concept of giving was becoming abstract, like a mathematical formula I had forgotten how to solve. I was the bridge, and a bridge does not love the people who walk across it. It simply holds them. The night passed in a blur of data points. I processed the dreams of the town, filtered the nightmares, and ensured that the sun rose at exactly 6:42 a.m. As the first light hit the porch, I saw a figure standing at the end of the driveway. It was a woman, not Sarah. This woman was younger, with a backpack and a map in her hand. She looked lost but excited. She looked like someone who was looking for an adventure. She walked up the path, her eyes wide as she took in the house, the porch, and finally me. She stopped at the bottom of the steps. She didn't look afraid, she looked curious. "Hello," she called out. Her voice was bright, a new sound in the symphony of the valley. "I'm looking for the bridge. They say it's the most beautiful thing in the state. They say it's special." I looked at her through my obsidian eyes. I felt the map expand to include her. I felt the golden wire of her belief snap into place, anchoring me even more firmly to the earth. I couldn't speak, I couldn't move. But I felt a strange, ghostly echo of a smile in the deep dark of my chest. She was the first of many. I could see them now, stretching out into the future, the tourists, the hikers, the people who would come to see the town that shouldn't exist. Each of them would bring a piece of the outside with them. Each of them would make Oakhaven more real. The collector had tried to feed on the town's fear. I would feed it on the world's curiosity. The woman took a step up onto the porch. She reached out a hand, her fingers hovering just inches from my obsidian shoulder. "You're the one, aren't you?" she whispered. "The one who stays." I didn't answer. I didn't have to. The wind blew through the trees, a real wind, carrying the scent of pine and the distant sound of a lawnmower. The sun was warm on my skin. The world was solid. The debt was managed. I was the bridge that disappears at night. But the night was a long time ago, and I have never felt more present. The woman's hand finally made contact with my shoulder. Her skin was warm, a startling contrast to the heat-leached density of my obsidian shell. To her, I must have felt like polished glass or frozen oil, a substance that didn't belong to the geology of the Appalachian Range. I felt the tactile data of her fingerprints, the ridges of her skin, the slight tremor of her pulse, and I processed it not as a man, but as a sensor. She was a biological validation of my coordinates. "It's warm," she whispered, her eyes widening, like it's holding onto the sun. She didn't know that the warmth she felt was the friction of reality rubbing against the void. She didn't know that she was touching a lightning rod for the impossible. She pulled a small notebook from her bag and began to sketch, her pencil scratching a rhythmic, comforting sound against the paper. Each stroke of graphite was a testament. Here is a porch. Here is a statue. Here is a truth. As she worked, I felt the town of Oak Haven breathing below us. It was no longer the fragile, gasping thing it had been under the collector's thumb. It was growing robust. In the bakery, the scent of sourdough was thickening the air, a physical manifestation of yeast and time. In the schoolyard, the shouting of children created a sonic barrier that pushed back the silence of the margin. I could feel the roots of the oak trees drilling deeper into the soil, no longer afraid of hitting the gray salt that had once lurmed just beneath the surface. But the ledger on my lap remained a heavy, cold weight. The violet ink had stabilized, but the pages were no longer blank. They were filling themselves with the names of everyone who entered the valley. The woman at the foot of my chair was now a line of script. Maya Vance, age 24, seeking the extraordinary. The ledger was no longer a record of debt. It was a guest book, and every name written in it was a new pillar for the bridge. However, the transition was not without its costs. The more real Oak Haven became, the more the outside began to bleed in, not just the people, but their complexities, their miseries, and their chaos. I felt a car crash 3 miles away on the interstate, a mundane tragedy of hydroplaning and metal. In the old days, such an event would have been swallowed by the fog, the victims becoming part of the collector's ash heap. Now, I had to allow the sirens to scream. I had to allow the blood to stain the asphalt. I had to permit the grief, because grief was a fundamental property of a world that mattered. To save the town from the void, I had to surrender it to time, and time is the slowest kind of fire. By late afternoon, Maya had finished her sketch. She stood up, dusted off her jeans, and looked at me one last time. "Thank you," she said. She didn't know why she was thanking a statue, but the impulse was honest, and in the new Oak Haven, honesty was a physical force. She walked back down the driveway, her footsteps echoing with a solidity that made the air shimmer. As the sun began its descent, painting the reservoir in bruised purples and burnt oranges, I felt a familiar presence approaching from the direction of the woods. It wasn't a person. It was a lingering resonance, a shadow of the man I used to be. Elias Thorne, the human version, had been a man of wood and salt, a creature of desperate bargains. I looked into the internal mirror of my obsidian mind and tried to find him. I found fragments, the memory of a cold beer on a Tuesday, the specific sharp pain of a splinter under a fingernail, the way Sarah's hair smelled like rainwater. But these memories were like old photographs left in the sun. They were fading, the colors leaching out until only the shapes remained. I realized then that the bridge didn't just span the river. It spanned the gap between being a person and being a place, and I was losing the shore of my humanity. The violet light of the ledger flared. A new entry appeared, written in a hand that looked suspiciously like my own old cursive. "The price of the map is the map maker." I understood. To keep the world stable, I had to be the one thing in it that never changed. I had to be the constant. I had to be the stone. The more the town vibrated with life, the more I had to settle into my own stillness. I was the anchor, and an anchor that moves is a failure. A soft sound startled my sensors. It was the clicking of a camera. I didn't need to look. I felt the golden wire hum. Sarah was standing at the edge of the porch. She looked older than she had in the darkroom, though only hours had passed. The stress of the revelation, the weight of being the only one who truly knew Asterisk, had etched fine lines around her eyes. She carried a tray with a glass of lemonade and a small plate of cookies. It was an absurd gesture, offering food to a being made of starlight and volcanic glass, but it was the most beautiful thing I had ever sensed. She set the tray down on the small table next to my chair. She didn't speak. She knew I couldn't answer. She sat in the twin rocker, the one that had remained empty for a century, and she looked out at the sunset with me. "The bridge is still there, Elias," she said softly. Her voice was the only thing that could still make the obsidian vibrate with something resembling a heartbeat. "I walked across it this morning. I stood in the middle and looked down at the water. It's clear now. I saw a fish, a real silver trout." She reached out and rested her hand over mine. I didn't feel the warmth this time. I felt the meaning. "People are talking," she continued. "They say the town feels different, like we've all woken up from a long, bad dream. They don't remember the collector. They don't remember the salt. They just think the air is cleaner this year." She turned to look at me, her eyes searching the frozen plains of my face. "Do you regret it, turning into this?" I wanted to tell her about the music of the spheres. I wanted to tell her about the joy of feeling a wasp's wings and a realtor's thoughts, and the slow, tectonic shift of the mountains. I wanted to tell her that I wasn't a prisoner, but a king of a very small, very perfect kingdom. Instead, I used the only tool I had left. I manipulated the light. The stars beneath my skin began to shift. I moved the nebulae in my chest, swirling the violet and gold gases until they formed a shape. It was small, flickering, and difficult to maintain, but I pushed the energy through the obsidian lattice until it was visible to the naked eye. Inside my chest, a small, glowing heart began to pulse. Sarah gasped, her hand flying to her throat. Tears welled in her eyes, reflecting the light I was generating. "Oh," she whispered. "Oh, Elias." She understood. It wasn't a yes or a no. It was a still. I was still Asterisk here. I was still Asterisk him in the way that a diamond is still the carbon that formed it. We sat together as the twilight deepened into true night. In the old Oakhaven, this was the time of terror, the time when the borders dissolved and the shadows grew teeth. But tonight, the darkness was just darkness. It was a blanket, not a shroud. Down in the valley, the streetlights flickered on. They were amber-colored, casting long, peaceful shadows across the pavement. I felt the electrical current humming through the wires, a steady, rhythmic pulse that I synchronized with my own internal clock. I was the grid. I was the light. But then a cold wind blew from the north. Not a weather pattern, but a sigh from the margin. The ledger on my lap flipped its pages violently, stopping at a map of the county. I saw the borders of Oakhaven glowing with a fierce, protective light. But beyond those borders, the map was gray. The nothing was still there, circling us, testing the strength of my will. It was a tide, and I was the seawall. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my left arm. I looked down, not with eyes, but with intent. A crack had appeared in the obsidian, a jagged line that ran from my elbow to my wrist. From the crack, a thin trail of gray salt began to leak out. The debt wasn't gone, it was just being redirected. The universe demanded its pound of flesh, and since Oakhaven was no longer paying, I had to be the source. Every day the town remained real, a little more of my substance would be converted back into the void. I was a candle, and the light I gave off was the life of the town. I didn't panic. A bridge expects to be worn down. A bridge expects the river to grind its pilings into sand over the course of 1,000 years. This was simply the nature of the structure. I pulled the salt back in, sealing the crack with a surge of violet ink from the ledger. It cost me a memory, the sound of my father's laugh. It vanished instantly, replaced by a cold, mathematical certainty. Sarah noticed the flicker in my light. She leaned closer, her brow furrowed. "Elias, what's wrong?" I dimmed my chest, returning to a steady, low glow. I didn't want her to see the cracks. I wanted her to see the monument. "It's okay," she whispered, perhaps sensing the struggle. She leaned her head against my stone shoulder. "We're here, we're all here." She fell asleep there, her breathing becoming a slow, rhythmic counterpoint to the ticking of the universe. I watched over her, my consciousness expanding to cover the house, the yard, and the road. I felt a fox moving through the underbrush near the creek. I felt the slow cooling of the stones in the chimney. I felt the dreams of the children in the town below, dreams of flying, of candy, of mundane things that were only possible because I was holding the nightmare at bay. Midnight came, the moment of the great disappearance. In the years before, this was when the bridge would vanish, leaving the town isolated in the dark. I felt the old habit of the world trying to assert itself. The atoms of the bridge began to vibrate, prepared to decohere and return to the mist. "No asterisk," I commanded. I reached out across the distance, my mind snapping into the wooden beams and iron bolts of the structure. I felt the weight of the water rushing beneath it. I felt the cold air pressing down on it. I didn't just imagine the bridge, I became the bridge. I felt the tires of a late-night traveler, a man driving home to his wife, roll across my back. I felt the pressure of his car, the heat of his engine, the quiet hum of his radio. I held him. I made sure the wood didn't splinter. I made sure the gravity remained constant. The man drove across, oblivious. He didn't see the light. He didn't see the hole in the world. He just saw the road. The bridge stayed. The clock in the square struck 1, then 2. I was still there. The bridge was still there. Oakhaven was still there. But as the first hint of dawn began to gray the eastern sky, I felt a new sensation. It was a pulling, a tugging from the very center of the ledger. I looked at the pages. The ink was moving again, but it wasn't writing names. It was drawing a map of a place I didn't recognize. It was a map of a forest made of glass, of rivers made of liquid starlight, of cities built into the sides of clouds. The next map, the ledger whispered. I realized that Oakhaven was just the beginning. The collector hadn't been the only one of his kind. The margin was vast, and there were other pockets of nowhere, other towns being eaten by the salt, other people trapped in the gray. The ledger wasn't just a record of Oakhaven, it was a manual. My purpose was shifting. I wasn't just a guardian, I was a scout. By stabilizing Oakhaven, I had created a template. I had proven that the void could be reclaimed, and now the map wanted to grow. I looked at Sarah, still sleeping peacefully against my side. I looked at the wooden sparrow Miller had left me. I looked at the town I had died to save. I was the bridge that disappears at night. But I was also the path to somewhere else. The sun broke over the horizon, hitting the obsidian of my face with a blinding flash. For a second, the world vanished into white light. When the light cleared, the porch was empty. The chair was there, the tray with the lemonade was there, the wooden sparrow was there, but the statue was gone. In its place, lying on the seat of the rocker, was a single, leather-bound book. Its pages were filled with the history of a town called Oakhaven, written in a beautiful, violet ink that seemed to glow with its own internal light. And down by the river, the bridge stood tall and strong, its wooden arches gleaming in the morning sun. It didn't disappear. It didn't flicker. It was as solid as the earth itself. But if you stood in the middle of that bridge at exactly midnight, and if you listened very closely to the wind, you could hear a sound. It wasn't the water. It wasn't the trees. It was the sound of a pen, scratching softly against a piece of paper, mapping out the rest of the world. The sun climbed higher, burning away the last of the valley's protective silver haze, and the town of Oakhaven fully shook itself awake. It was a Tuesday, a day that had once felt like a recurring loop in a fading dream, but today it possessed the sharp, jagged edges of true reality. In the center of town, Miller stood outside his shop, a hand shielded over his eyes as he looked up at the clock tower. For the first time in 40 years, the gears didn't groan with the sound of grinding bone. They hummed. He felt a lightness in his chest, a peculiar absence of the phantom salt that had tasted like pennies on the back of his tongue since he was a boy. He looked toward the ridge, toward the house that sat like a silent sentry over the reservoir. He didn't know why he felt the urge to tip his cap toward the empty porch, but he did it anyway. He felt as though a great debt had been moved from his shoulders to a ledger much larger than any man could carry. On the porch of that house, Sarah woke to the sound of a blue jay. She blinked against the sudden, unfiltered glare of the morning. Her neck was stiff from sleeping against the hard obsidian shoulder of. She bolted upright, her heart hammering against her ribs. The chair beside her was empty. The lemonade remained on the table. The ice melted into a clear pool at the bottom of the glass. The cookies were untouched, their sugar crystals glittering like miniature stars. But the heavy, heat-dense presence of the man who was a statue had vanished. There was no mark on the floorboards, no lingering scent of ozone or old paper. "Elias," she whispered, her voice cracking. She stood up, her legs trembling. She looked toward the driveway, expecting to see him walking away, perhaps restored to his human skin, perhaps finally free to leave the valley. But the driveway was empty, save for the long, stretching shadows of the oaks. Then she saw the book. It lay exactly where his lap had been, its leather cover dark and supple, bound with a silver thread that seemed to pulse with a faint, rhythmic light. She reached out, her fingers hesitant, fearing that if she touched it, the world might dissolve back into the gray fog of the collector's reign. The leather was warm, not the artificial, terrifying heat of the obsidian, but the gentle, lingering warmth of a living hand. She opened the cover. The first page didn't contain a name. It contained a drawing, a meticulously detailed map of the bridge, but it wasn't just a map of wood and iron. It was a map of the feeling of the bridge. The lines of the ink captured the way the wind whistled through the trusses, the way the water swirled around the stone pylons, and the way the hearts of the people skipped a beat when they crossed from one side to the other. As she turned the pages, she saw the town. Every house was there, every tree, every secret garden hidden behind a picket fence. But the ink was moving. In the margins, she saw tiny, microscopic script appearing in real time. Mrs. Gable is planting peonies. She is thinking of her mother. The soil is rich. The sun is 74 degrees. Tommy Reed has scraped his knee. He is brave. The wound is clean. The bridge is holding. 4,200 tons of pressure. It is smiling. Sarah sat back down in her rocker, the weight of the book heavy on her knees. She understood then. He hadn't left. He hadn't been destroyed. He had simply expanded. He was no longer the man sitting on the porch. He was the porch. He was the air. He was the very ink that defined their existence. He had become the infrastructure of their reality. She looked out toward the reservoir, where the water was a deep, impossible blue. "You're the bridge," she said softly, her eyes filling with tears that were no longer born of grief, but of a profound, terrifying awe. "You're all of it." The book hummed against her palms, a vibration that felt like a reassuring squeeze of the hand. Miles away, at the edge of the county line, a car stopped at the rusted gate that marked the entrance to the valley. A man stepped out, a surveyor for the state, sent to investigate reports of a town that didn't appear on any modern satellite imagery. He held a GPS device in his hand, frowning at the screen, which showed nothing but a blank gray void. "Should be right here," he muttered to himself, kicking at a pile of gray dust by the side of the road. He looked up. The air in front of him shimmered, like heat rising off asphalt. For a moment, he saw a flicker of something, a tall, dark figure standing in the middle of the road, holding a golden wire that stretched up into the clouds. The figure looked at him with eyes that contained the birth of galaxies. The surveyor blinked, rubbing his eyes. When he looked again, the figure was gone. In its place was a road, a clear, paved, beautiful road that wound down into a lush green valley. His GPS chirped, the screen suddenly flooding with data points, street names, and topographical elevations. "There it is," the surveyor said, a smile breaking across his face. "Oak Haven must have been a glitch in the satellite." He drove forward, crossing the invisible line where the salt met the soil. As his tires hit the pavement, he felt a sudden, inexplicable sense of peace, as if he were being welcomed home by someone who had been waiting a very long time for a guest. Back at the house, Sarah watched the car descend the winding road in the distance. She saw the golden wire of the man's curiosity snap into place, anchoring him to the valley. She saw the ledger in her lap glow a soft violet as a new name appeared on the bottom of a fresh page. She closed the book and held it to her chest. The night was over. The bridge was no longer a thing that disappeared. It was the only thing that lasted. High above the valley, the clouds shifted, forming a shape that looked, for a fleeting second, like a man looking down at a map. Then the wind caught them, and they scattered, becoming part of the sky, part of the weather, part of the infinite, breathing world. The debt was paid. The map was complete. And for the first time in 100 years, the sun over Oak Haven didn't just rise, it stayed.